work, but ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to gets the move. Takes it to the make of time. Down goes Zane.
Joybox getting dangerous. Like, oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Colt Alter, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, as we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're going to compete and we're going to give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're going to learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I want to max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubia flicker. Yato makes the play. They're going to try to close it in. Shark wants to return, though. Joybotch, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO going to lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. Two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conqueror.
Super excited to see these matches. Best of 3 between Vanguard, Elite, ZenxLotus, The Knot, Calibur, and Revolution as we are embarking on Season 3, Week 1, Day 1. And now, moving forward, we got some special talent on the desk alongside us to be able to cast and paint this perfect picture. How are you doing today, Master Rim?
I mean, I'm doing great. You know, it's season 3. I'm looking forward to it, man. Big things at the MLSA. I'm happy that, you know, the changes are live, the new implementations are live, and just to dive in again, I miss this feeling. It's been awesome, and yeah, I'm ready to get into it, BC.
And just like you said, ready to get straight into it as we're going to move forward and go ahead and take a look at a new segment, right? Predictions on how we think today is going to go between the Elite and Vanguard. And right now, you see the X's out there. We don't want to give them the Caster's Curse since this is the first time of them competing in Season 3. So maybe as we move forward, we'll be able to vote and say where we think they're going to go. But I'm excited. I know Rim's pumped up. Anything you're expecting to see? I know you kind of are familiar with a lot of these players on the field today.
Absolutely. I know in particular I am heavily involved right now with Team Elite, and I used to be, affiliated with XCO in the past, who's now managing or spearheading the Vanguard, right? So I know both teams. I would put them on even levels in terms of gameplay and game potential. So I think it's a pretty even matchup across the board, and it's just going to come down to execution. Now I do know XCO has kind of taken up that part, so I'm expecting to see a good draft coming out from the side of the Vanguard in this match, in this series. So I'm excited to see how it's kind of going to go down, because as I mentioned, pretty even matchup in my opinion across the board. And yeah, I think both teams have the potential to really, really give us a show today.
Yeah, sorry about the mute, guys. My bad. I had to iron out technical difficulties since this is day one. That just shows you how hyped we are. But now, inside of the draft, right, we've got the Elite, Team Elite versus Vanguard. You were kind of mentioning XEO, one of those players who stepped up into the role of being a manager. Got to give him credit, right? I know he's been doing a lot of work. I've been seeing him. He's even built him a social media. He's been posting about the teams, and I can't wait to see where this goes. But then when we look at the other side, right, we're looking at the Elite. This has some former players, like you said, as well. Players from Huevo, who we've seen as one of the top teams in MLSA Season 1 and Season 2. We had, they just had so many titles. Kings of the Hill, no matter what it was, they were there. Kingslayers, that's right. So looking at the draft so far, we're looking at the Elite currently banning out the Mensathar and going for that glue. Kind of typical. It's what we've been seeing even over in NPO regions, that glue being banned out. But the Faramis is still on the table, so I'm wondering if they're going to allow that to walk or not.
Absolutely. And speaking of things that's not going to be allowed to walk, some things aren't going to be allowed to fly or dash either, right? Looking at the bans for Vanguard right now, they took out Destroy, they took out Hispania. And what do both these things have in common? They can get to that backline, they can apply that backline pressure, and they can really spearhead you from that early to mid game, so then your gold laners can get that priority later on in the match, right? So I like that they took that out. It lets me know that they're kind of setting up. They don't want to have a hard time in that early game, right? And speaking of something that can also give a hard time, we're going to see the Valentina being taken out. So that's going to deny some of that draft pressure to make the side of Team Elite have some more comfort in terms of the picks and ultimates that they can prioritize in this match, as well as deny the side of, Vanguard to pick that up and, make it harder for them. So I do like that, but as you mentioned, the Faramis is still open. But Weezy, that's Arla being prior picked for Team Elite. He was allowed to walk through this draft, Weezy.
Yeah, Arlott, definitely a slippery one to let walk through the draft, and I'm wondering if they're going to make them pay for that. Or I wonder if that was the plan from Vanguard. As we talked about XEO being a manager, one of those roles as the coach of the team is preparing drafts, and, I've kind of played with him in the past. He's been on some of my teams that I've made myself, and he was always one of those players that wanted to go above and beyond, grind bond, reach beyond, NACT slogan right there. But when you're looking at this draft, right, when you allow the Arlott to walk, I'm expecting a heavy CC composition from the Elite to make the most out of his passive, right? So he can continue going in, getting those eye marks to be able to do some additional damage. But you mentioned the Faramis walking through the draft, and it looks like Vanguard went ahead and slotted that up.
And that's going to add on to some of that additional sustainability that's going to be coming in from Alpha, who we do know had a recent adjustment there, right, to his true damage. And now he's a monster in that jungle, right? His true damage skills with how much physical attack that he has. And he's now able to dish that out a lot faster. Now, we have some heavy engagers here, the Alpha as well as the Arlott, right? But then looking at what the side of Team Elite has going for them, they were hovering over that Eve, they went ahead and they locked it in. So that's just letting us know that they're setting up for that team fight composition, right? You mentioned having that CC locking in this Kufra for that roam position. Pretty smart call for the side of Team Elite, right? But looking at what Vanguard is going for them. They have so much dive presence. Weezy and their front line is heavy and strong right now, as well as their mid lane and early game priority with this Faramis pick being slotted in. So you have the dive and you also have the sustainability, and that boosted sustainability coming in just from this Faramis pick.
Yeah, and like you said, the whole point is to build a composition around that R lot, putting in that E for that manipulation to provide that slow, that 5x5 zonage, and then Kufra to top it off with that Tyrant's Revenge and that Tyrant's Rage. It's definitely something you have to watch out for, as we are seeing the bans be finalized for the side of Vanguard. They went ahead and took out the Fanny and also took out the Lancelot, two assassins that we've been seeing dominate recently. But when you're looking at their composition, right, something that's been making more of a special appearance with recent patches is Alpha coming back alive and going to be slotted in that jungle position. But when we're looking at the Elite, they still have a lot of flexibility on what they can run in that jungle. As you notice, Fredrin is still on the table. It's definitely been one of those strongest picks, especially out there in MPL overseas. You kind of see it time and time again. Even the team like Onic, they try and pry it when it is available. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Elite is going to pull out in the second half of the draft.
Absolutely right, but things that are not going to be allowed to pull as well, the Kaja, the Divine Judgment, they don't want to go up against that, so they went ahead and they banned out, and I do like it because it is a good answer for the Arlot pick, right? We do know he is going to be trying to get into that backline, and if you have that Divine Judgment as your roamer, especially since they banned out the Valentina, they wouldn't have the flexibility of having that for themselves, and they already secured their roamer, so they wouldn't have a suppression of their own with the Franco and his Bloody Hunt, right? So I do like that they took him off of the board. We're seeing Vanguard right now hovering over their roam and gold lane pick right now. It is looking that they want Brody, but no, they're going to go ahead and lock in this 1-1, and I like it, Weezy. I like it because when you're going up against this Kufra, she does have that Purify skill at her disposal. Yve also very stationary, so it's easy for her to get those weakness points off of that Yve while the brewer manipulation goes down, right? But I will say I do like the responses coming in from the side of Team Elite, right? Locking in this Fredrin there to secure not only a good jungler to go up against this Alpha, but someone who can also provide a little bit more CC on top of this Kufra as well as that Arlot. And that's something that you mentioned before, right? Usually when you slot in this Arlot, that's what you want. And they finalize their draft for the side of Team Elite by locking in this Beatrix for their gold laner. And right now, Vanguard looking for the response, and they're hovering over the Grok right now.
Yeah, hovering over that Grok. And I was just about to harp in on that, right? They have the Faramis, which can be slotted in that mid position. It's definitely going to be their mage, possibly. Since they did lock in that Grok, that is going to be Faramis in the mid lane, and they needed something to be a lot more sustainable in front line with some CC on top of that. So when I'm looking at both of these compositions, it's looking pretty solid, right? You're looking at Vanguard. They've got sustainability with the Faramis. They've got sustainability in the jungle with the Alpha, some CC to top that off. They have 1-1, like you mentioned, with that built-in Purify. Can definitely use it as an advantage when you're jumping in on that Kufra. And you have to watch out, though, for the Eve when that 5x5 drops down, especially comboed up with that R-Lot, as we are going to be jumping into the game. Just got to say, like, looking at these teams, I think they're both heavy team fight oriented, and it's going to boil down to who can kind of pull it off first and go for those pickoffs.
Absolutely, right? And I think it's going to come down, in terms of overall draft right now, I might have to give it to the side of Team Elite. I'm saying that because I feel like with their composition overall, just having the pressure of this Arlot, and it's interesting that he opted in to go for the flame shot as his battle spell in this game, which is not something that I've seen before. I've seen the flickers, I've seen the petrifies, but I've never seen a flame shot Arlot, and I'm excited to see how it's going to perform throughout this game, right? I mean, he does have a lot of dashes and mobility, so yeah, the flicker might be a little bit of overkill, but it's usually to act as a little bit of a gap closer, if you will, or even a disengage tool, right? Sometimes you do know you can mess up, you know, one of those skills and go into cooldown, so I'm a little excited to see how that's going to perform. And in this mid lane matchup here, we have the Yve as well as the Kufra, as well as the Grok and Faramis. Now, both of them have a really solid lane clear together, right? But in this top side, we're seeing Elite already diving in, but he has to be careful, right? We saw him do a little miscalculation there, taking one shot from that tower. You don't want those tower shots to add up, right, Weezy?
That's exactly right. You have to be careful looking at that R-Lot versus this Lapu Lapu. Already some heavy engagement on top side as Vic is going to rush in. He is going to try and get that pick off onto Elite, who did have a little bit of an overextension, and that is going to be first blood into the hands of Vanguard. But on the opposing side, a taunt onto Exio, and Kia is going to shut him down to respond 1-for-1 on the board.
Now, a gold laner for an EXP laner, I would take that any day, right? And that is a kill that went into the hands of Q there on this jungle. And as long as Raven on this Beatrix can get this passive gold, he got the assist in that situation. Meanwhile, the opposite gold laner just lost their life in that situation, right? So I do think it's a fair trade right now. But as we're setting up this turtle, we're seeing both teams kind of make their rotations be formulated, right? We're seeing the mage for the side of Team Elite head up to that EXP lane to prio that level 4, and I do like when teams set up this type of rotation so that the roamer as well as that mid laner can have their ultimates for this first neutral objective. And speaking of neutral objectives, we see the first one already being priored for the side of Team Elite.
All right, looks like they are going to be able to pick this up. Kia is going to secure it with the Retribution. Battle on the way inside of the jungle. Elite needs to get out of there very low. Favors Fighter Raging Slash from Foop. Going to be canceled out by the Magic Ball, but the stun for the disruption. Down goes the manipulation from Saku. Foop picks up a kill, takes down Key on Kufra. Vic takes down Elite to respond. That is going to be 2 members down for the side of Team Elite, but they were able to secure the turtle.
And speaking of things being secured, Vanguard, even though they lost out, they gained a lot more, right? They pushed up that gold lead as well as that kill lead. And honestly, if they keep up this momentum, they're going to be able to get a potential snowball. But we are seeing a pause request coming in from the side of Team Vanguard here, Weezy. But it's like I was saying, they do have, once they have the trade potential at their availability, it's going to help them in terms of that scaling. They do have this 1-1, so as long as the rest of the team can kind of keep that momentum up so she can successfully get to that late game, it's going to be just what they need.
Yeah, definitely going to be what they need. And speaking of things that they need, I mean, Exio took kind of a hard hit, right? He's a marksman. He got shut down nice and early. He was first blood into the hands of the Elite. Definitely not what you want to do when you're the gold lane. You're the ADC, the ADC. You need to be alive. You need to be able to carry that game. But with that slight delay and then also losing that turtle, it may put them at a disadvantage. But when they were able to get 2 kills off of that turtle play, even though they didn't secure the turtle, it's kind of evening out the scoreboard. So they are technically leading in terms of gold. So we got to see which way this goes. But we are looking at a Beatrix going up against a 1-1. Beatrix definitely can scale through time. 1-1, one of those heroes, is a little bit more situational, right? You got to get those weakness points off with the crossbow of Tang. And you're going to have to bank on somebody staying in your path to be able to pull it off. And they do have Blaze for the knockup. He is running the Grok to be able to get that wild charge. You have Vic, who can also rush in with some CC on this jungler that we haven't seen too often. But it's just situational. So we got to see how it kind of works in their favor. As we are in a slight pause, these teams are kind of figuring some stuff out real quick. So sorry for the brief intermission. But, guys, we appreciate y'all tuning in. Day 1 to MLSA. Definitely major things coming our way. You got to bear with me, though, because normally I wouldn't be here. I'd be moving the camera, not casting. And I got to do both. And I'm doing it on my computer instead of my phone this time. And man, is it a challenge. But how you guys doing, NA?
I think you're doing good. You're killing this challenge. You're making it look easy.
Oh, no. I'm making it look wheezy.
Hey, that's a bar right there. That's definitely a bar right there. But
That is a
I want to
bar.
talk about, the game for just a little bit, right? This 1-1. Yes, I can be a little concerned for her, but at the same time, I do think she has an easier time to get those weakness finders off, right? Looking at what she's going up against. You have Q on this fetch. That is a jungler that, in order for him to be impactful, he has to get those points off. But speaking of impact here, 1v1 in this top lane, and Foop is going to go ahead and secure that kill onto this R-Lot, the Wheezy. As I was saying, right, the Fedrin. He has to be present in that front line in order for him to be useful, right? So not only do you have the opportunity to get your passive stats off of him, you also have this Kufra who has to also, dive in to make some of these game-changing sets. But speaking of sets here, we're seeing there put a lot of poke damage onto Saku there in that mid lane.
Hand on the top side, Foop being a menace, just giving Elite a very hard time. He's already 0-3-0 on the R lot. You mentioned the flame shot. Definitely not working in the best advantage for him. I guess he's trying to get that additional CC procced with his passive to be able to do some more damage. But looking at the side of Vanguard, they're having a very comfortable game. 4-1, 4 minutes in. They were not able to claim the first turret. But you're going to see Elite find Foop. Is going to flip the script in front of our eyes and take that kill. Definitely something he needed to do to even out the odds for the XP lane.
Absolutely. He said, don't count me out just yet. And as the second neutral objective has spawned in, Vanguard is also saying, don't count us out just yet, as they're looking for a contest here, Weezy.
And you are going to see E miss the mark on the Vic. Vic is going to pick up the turtle for the punish. A huge play for Vanguard as they disengage from the turtle pit.
And a man, great wild charge coming in from Blaze there on this Grok. He was able to CC them long enough just so he could go ahead and secure that turtle. And man, Vanguard, they took a fall in that gold lane, but now we're seeing them back on their game here, Weezy, as they ambush Elite.
And he's going to rush in. Co-alter just in time to save Foop is going to make Elite pay. You're going to see the Guardian's Barrier drop down from Blaze. Saku drops down to manipulation, finds just in time. And right now you're looking at a 3-5. Vanguard still leading in kills and up by about 2,000 gold.
Oh, but they're looking for Saku.
Strike, you're out. You are going to see that wild charge connect. Saku does fall in that skirmish. And now Baby Blaze and Foop rushing in. Foop not going to hit the mark. Q does get pulled back from but not really going to make the most out of that situation. You're still looking at both teams holding on to all of their turrets so far, and they're kind of battling over who has the power in the first half of this match.
Absolutely. And speaking of power here, Vanguard really showing how strong they are. And that tower in that mid lane is literally just one wave clear of being broken down. And we're already seeing, again, I have to give credit to that lane pressure coming in from the mid laner and the roamer there. But speaking of pressure,
Flame shot trying to save Elite. Justice Blade's almost taking him down. But now Elite is going to rush in, is going to do some damage on the Foop, needs to clear out these minions, but on the bottom side, huge skirmish on the way, crossbow tank goes down. Guardian's Barrier trying to trap Eve from getting away. He is able to recall back, but look at is going to rush in, trying to take him down. You're going to see that Void Crystal drop down. Kyu rushing in, the taunt from the Energy Eruption, the knock-up, and Kyu secures the kill, takes down on the aggressive play.
absolutely right, but that is a Faramis. He's going to be right back with us very, very soon. And I do like that Vic, instead of heading up to that turtle, he cleared out this wave so that Beatrix doesn't get as much farm potential on her side, right? But I also have to comment Foop right now. Look at his positioning for this turtle fight. He's giving vision and he's giving that surprise element as he goes in on Elite.
Say cheese as Foop takes down Elite from that bush play. Great positioning, one member down to give them the numbers to be able to secure this objective. Guardian's Barrier for the denial, not allowing E and Saku into the turtle pit. Turtle is at about 75% HP, and you are seeing Q getting in there. The jungler for Team Elite does have the retribution. This is going to be a 3v4. Numbers in Vanguard's favor. Times for Vince, Times raids onto the wall for the stun and the taunt. Q with the retribution secures the turtle. Huge start for Team Elite, trying to take the advantage for this match. Down goes the manipulation. Co-alter for the response to keep the team alive. E rushes in with the Tyrant's Rage, is going to get the knock up with the bouncing ball. You are going to see the final slash rush in. Vic is going to take down E. Elite, the response takes down Q. Q is falls to Huge play in the mid lane, and you are going to see a sniper shot out of nowhere. And right now, 9-5, still Vanguard leading the way in terms of kills, but that was another turtle going to Team Elite.
Man, I have to give so much credit to that EXP laner coming in from the side of Vanguard right now. I wanted to see how this Flame Shot Arlot would have performed, but I feel like you should have potentially stuck to what we know already. Use the Flicker, use that Petrify. It might have given you a better KDA before we scale into that mid game. And you're not having the best time up there. And maybe you might surprise us as this game goes on. But I don't want to bank on luck too much. But speaking of things that we're seeing right now, we do see that swap already happen. We have Exio there up in that top side, and now again looking to engage here on Elite.
Yeah, you are going to see the numbers definitely in the Vanguard's favor for the top side. Could still play into the jungle. Down goes the manipulation. Vic needs to get out of there. Co-alter was activated. You are going to see the wild charge for the knock-up on the Q, but he is still on the chase, on the prowl, trying to shut him down. Appraiser's Wrath for the damage. Elite finds Exio. E takes down Fireworks exploding so far for this match. 9 minutes in, as you are still going to be looking at the side of Vanguard having more of the map in their favor, as they were able to claim the turret in the mid lane.
Absolutely right, and they definitely need to put a little bit more focus there in this gold lane, but we're seeing Elite trading out that favor as he did secure that tower there in that top side, opening up the map a little bit more. I want to see the side of Team Elite. They have a team fight composition, but they're getting out-rotated. They're not able to capitalize on their draft right now, but I don't know what's the reason behind that, right? They have the engage, they have the follow-up, and they have the pressure. Maybe they're under pressure as well, as Raven just slid past Grog there.
What is going on right now? A wild charge to combo with that. You are seeing the battle on the Lord Pit. Elite finds down goes the manipulation from Saku. Baby Blaze caught in the middle of it. Vic fighting a one-man army, taken down by E. Raven finds Foop. Look at the Lord at about 25% HP, and it is screaming blue for Team Elite, as Q is going to secure the retribution and claim the Lord for his team.
Black 1-1, finding the trade, and he's gonna go ahead and secure that tower in that top side and disengage right now. We see, and this is what I talked about, right? I said in the draft that these teams are pretty equal in terms of gameplay execution, and we're seeing them both find trades on the other side of the map wherever they lose out, whether it's the objective, they find some kills, whether they get some kills, they find an objective somewhere else, and that's what you want to see. Keep that lead. If the enemy team has a lead ahead of you, keep it steady. Keep it in a position where your team is able to catch up with just the right rotation, just the right set, or the right engage, right? All it takes is one good team fight to turn this game around. Vanguard, they're not ready to let go yet. The Lord, setting up in that top side, is marching down. We're seeing the side of Team Elite invade in the jungle, give Eve that little blue buff so she can have some of that cooldown reduction, but now we're seeing them put pressure into some more of these objectives here we see.
As you are going to see a turret fall in the mid lane, the tier 2 in favor for Team Elite. Lord crashing into the tier 2 on the top side. The chase on the Vic, Elite, and Saku trying to take him down, trying to sustain himself, but Saku is going to deny him that, is going to burst him out of there, but they are going to go ahead and claim that turret on the top side, and that is going to strip Vanguard down to their inhibitors, as you are going to see manipulation drop down as well. Looks like they're trying to claim some more real estate, but they are running out of minions fast.
I mean, the positioning on that real world manipulation definitely was a bit questionable. So I want to see them, focus a little bit more on that. But I feel like even though they were able to get that chase down, I feel like they could have capitalized a lot more on that Lord, right? But it's good that they didn't overstay their welcome. The moment the second wave got destroyed, they're back. They're playing the passive game again, and they're not rushing. They're playing very disciplined right now, and that's what you want to see from teams. Usually, when they have a slight advantage or they gain the lead from being at a deficit for so long, you get that overwhelming trap to force engages, and that's not what we're seeing happening right now. But speaking of things that I would like to see happen, Exio, on this 1-1, I want to see them offer him a little bit more flexibility. He has to be within reach of this Grok when he does land some of these wild charges, and we've seen him so far. He's connecting them. It's just that the follow-up from the side of Vanguard is a little bit late, right? But speaking of things to be followed up, again, clearing these objectives, being objective focused for the side of Vanguard, playing the slow game, but
You're going to see a little bit of that knock-up. You are right, playing the slow game, but they kind of costed them with that patience. A turret on the bottom side. Not really sure if that was the right choice, but they do have a solid positioning for this Lord, as you are going to see Vanguard trying to wrap their way into the pit. Can they stop them, or are they going to allow them to take this objective uncontested? Looking at Vic rushing in, hit with the Time's Revenge onto the wall. Arlott with the final slash. Wild charge for the knock-up. Q secures the Lord with the retribution for Team Elite. Appraiser's Wrath dropping down as well. He is going to find Exio to top that off. Boop is going to take down Elite. Time's Revenge, Time's Rage for the knock-up, comboed with the manipulation. Saku is going to find Vic with it. talk about some great placement on the RWM. You are going to see Q on the chase, almost finds Baby Blaze as well. Void Crystal, the top from the Energy Eruption, and Raven is going to find a kill. Is going to go ahead and shut down Foop. That is going to be 3 members down to 1 on the side of Team Elite, and Team Elite was able to claim this Luminous Lord.
Absolutely right, and that kind of combo potential is what I see Vanguard has at their disposal, but we're seeing Team Elite a little bit more confident in terms of how they layer their skills, right? Elite did have a lot of pressure there in that early game, but we're seeing him playing that EXP mindset, right? Great zoning coming out from him, as well as E on this Kufa there, right? And I love the follow-ups coming in from Saku as well with that real manipulation, and then Raven layering that damage on top. Brock, he's looking for these backline surprises right now, but I think, again, he's always too far from his team when he tries to engage like this. There's no follow-up potential near him, so if he does learn something, yes, he is given vision, but where is the follow-up for it?
Yeah, it's one of those situations, just like closed mouths don't get fed, but is he really that hungry to risk it all, especially without having his team to back him up? But you are going to go ahead and see a battle on the way in the mid lane. Can they do it? Can they close this out? Q is going to find Vic. Maybe this is not the fight Vanguard wants to take, but the crossbow Tang has been activated by Exio, but E soaking up all of that damage for his team. This may be all Elite needed. Down goes the manipulation from RWM on Saku. You are going to see E with the Immortality be procced, and another member is going to fall. Foop does fall. Vic has fallen as well for the Vanguard, and they are slowly making their way into the base crystal for Team Elite. May be able to close this out, as you're going to see the Tyrant's Rage, the bouncing ball. Exio going to shut down E, gets a double, finds Q, but look at the base crystal. Saku takes down Exio, but that is all she wrote, as you're going to see Team Elite move forward, claiming the first match of the first series of the day.
Man, and what a beautiful game being played there from the side of Team Elite by executing their draft potential to its maximum, right? We do see Q there securing that MVP, and again, his jungling has been great. He secured a lot of these retributions on that neutral objective, right? I will say, Saku, the moment that she secured that Ice Queen wand, her CC and utility was just boosted by a lot, right? And I believe that also helped on top of the engages when E does find a good Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Fury there to go ahead and stun, right? Looking at some of the statistics that happened throughout this game, we're seeing a lot of heavy team fight participation. Raven, both Mark Go players being very objective focused in terms of that tower damage, and that's basically what you want to see from them, right? We're seeing a lot of synergy being layered in when you look at the side of Team Elite from their core damage dealers. And again, Elite team did have a hard time in that EXP lane, but I believe in that gameplay he was able to make up for it.
Yeah, he's definitely able to make up for it. A good start so far from the Elite. Vanguard put on the back end, was not able to claim the first match, but this is a best of 3, so we're going to have to see how they respond. But while these teams are getting ready for the swap, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war to that nigga, he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now niggas doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to die shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounded like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. An amazing first game for the first series as we were able to see Elite take down Vanguard, right? So we got to see how Vanguard is going to respond as both of these teams are getting ready to jump right back into it. And I got to ask you, for the side of Vanguard, what do you think they need to do to kind of turn this around and get an edge on this series?
Definitely need to put some more focus and attention in that gold lane, right? We saw the side of Team Elite put heavy pressure on there, and the faster that they were able to get that pressure and that control there in that gold lane side, they were able to kind of capitalize off of that, right? Yes, the EXP lane was winning and he was doing pretty well in that top side. At the end of the day, your late game is what really matters, right? As long as if your early game is online, okay, great, cool. But what about that late game, Wizzy? That's what you need.
Yeah, what about that late game as we are jumping into the second match? Vanguard up against the Elite, and right now, nice and early, gonna go ahead and see that Fanny be banned out. I can't knock it. It's definitely something that I recommend, especially if they have a master of the cables on the opposing side. But looking at what we kind of seen in the first game, right? A little bit of a better micro and macro from the side of the Elite. Vanguard, XGO, he fell a little too early in the gold lane, so maybe playing a little bit more passive. But we got to talk about the battle between Foop and the XP lane. Both XPs.
That was a war.
Yeah, that was a war. They were just going back and forth. First it was Foop, then it was the opposing side, and they just put on a show. So I think maybe moving forward, maybe not falling too fast. That's one of the things that you have to master, especially in the XP lane, is everybody needs to stay alive. Wait for that first turtle. You're playing a game of chess, and there's stages to it. And now, speaking of stages, we are on the first stage of the ban phase. We're going to go ahead and see the Lancelot banned out as well for the side of Vanguard.
Absolutely right. I do believe that the picking order has been kind of swapped around, and we're going to see the side of Team Elite ban out this Arla. Now, they had it in the last game, and it worked out pretty well for them, but they're just not going to allow that to walk in this game, and I like it, right? But looking at what I'm seeing right now, again, Vanguard banning out this Kaja. They don't want to deal with it, but now they're actually banning out some more of these assassin junglers as their first to prior, right? They're taking the time slot out of the game, but again, there is still so much strong picks going in, and I do know last season, Weezy, we saw Vic there. He was on Nefarious, right? And he did find a lot of comfort running that Fredrin in that jungle position, so maybe he can pick it up. We saw how well it did in that last game, so maybe that's what they're going to opt in for their prio pick right now.
And looking at the pick so far, something that walked on the table, Navaria just got banned out, is the Glue and the Faramis. But they're not going to slot that in. They're going to go ahead and go in for this Joy. Not the worst decision, but they're going to go ahead and respond back instantly with that Minsothar. And I'm kind of wondering if the Faramis would have been a safer answer, as that's still on the table and now possibly can be picked up by the Elite. But do they take it, right? This is one of those picks that we've been seeing. It's kind of a global pick right now, right? When Faramis is available, you definitely want to slot him in to be able to provide that sustainability to the team. Not to mention when you have this Minsothar who can run in the XP lane, he provides that CC, he provides that King's Calling for that silence, for that denial of skills inside of that 5x5 of his own. So I think it's a good start. I'm not really sure if I really agree with the Joy pick this early, but time will tell.
I mean, she is quite strong, right? And I do like that the side of Team Elite didn't go in for that Faramis. And I'm going to tell you why. The Valentina is still open. And regardless of whatever adjustments that happened with her ultimate, she's still pretty strong with that cult altar, right? So not giving the side of Vanguard the opportunity to counter them in draft like that, I think is smart. We saw how well Saku performed on the Eve last game. And again, the combination between that Minsothar with the King's Calling as well as that river manipulation, I do think, again, they're setting up for a high team fight priority for the side of Team Elite. And you can tell that that's what they're comfortable going up against. The heroes that has been banned out for their side right now, it's heroes that can disrupt that team fight composition synergy. And I see them already going for that, right? We are seeing baby plays here on this Kufra, which did pretty well last game, right? And now we're potentially going to see a Minotaur, but they're hovering over this Franco, and I wouldn't be upset at either picks. I potentially do prefer the Minotaur in terms of overall draft, because right now, this Franco, his only job is going to be to lock down Fook on this Joy, but you already have the Minotaur for that. So I think having a more suitable frontline presence and engager like the Minotaur would go great overall, but it seems that they're favoring over this Franco, BZ.
I think they're just they're trying to make you guess which one they're going to slot. I think there was a great breakdown on that, though. Yeah, Minotaur would have been actually good here, like you mentioned, especially if they ban out the Diggy through the second half of the phase. The only thing that can really stop him from doing that Minoan Fury. But they are going to go ahead and lock in this Franco, and that means they have suppression on their side. Another answer for the Joy that they're going against. And this is why I kind of stated I wasn't sure if I really agreed with slotting Joy that early. Something they could have pulled in if they weren't sure. I mean, Fredrin walked, right? Neither side picked it up. So we'll see if it walks through the draft again. Yeah, even the Lapu Lapu. And these are like more of those picks we kind of commonly see. I feel like the Joy is a little bit more situational. A couple things have to be checked off in the draft for you to be able to pull it off. And that's a good start for the Elite to be able to pick up that Franco for the denial. When you're looking at both of these compositions, you're looking at Eve has his owner's control yet again for the side of the Elite, and it was pretty much a very big problem for Vanguard in the last match. So they need something to be able to get in there and disrupt it, and they kind of have a little bit of that dive potential. They have Kufra with the Tyrant's Revenge, the Tyrant's Rage to be able to jump in on Eve, and he drops that RWM, and then you also have the Electrifying Beats from the Joy that may be a possible thing for them to work toward in these skirmishes.
You know, I have to get used to you saying RWM, because when you spell it out, I'm like, why is he spelling REM out right now? Like, what did REM do? You know, so I still have to get used to you saying the RWM. That's, I think, the abbreviations for river manipulation, right? But I want to say, Weezy, the drafting coming out from the side of Team Elite, I love it. I'm in love. Batting out this Faramis as well as this Valentina, focusing a little bit more on that mid lane prio, knowing that the side of Vanguard needs something. Like, again, it just leaves one pick, a few picks open, right? The Farsa being one of them. They could also go for something with a little bit more burst, like the Lunox. Even the Lilia wouldn't be such a bad pick here, right? I do think there's still a lot of potential. Even the Kadita that's open, but no, they're going to go ahead and secure this Xavier, and that just lets me know, again, Vanguard playing into their late game potential. But are we gonna see what happened in last game? You know, you had your late game, but then what happened to your early game? You weren't able to successfully execute that. But they have completed their overall draft so far, Weezy, and I will say I like it. I think it has a lot of combo potential. But again, I'm seeing the side of Team Elite cover and now lock in this alpha. And in this match as well, I'm going to have to give it to the side of Team Elite for this draft.
Oh, Team Elite, huh? Well, I feel like there's kind of answers on both sides of the table, but it's definitely going to boil down to that micro and macro again. I mean, they locked in this Xavier, so they're expecting to play a little bit further from range. But when you're looking at the Elite, they're an aggressive team. We've seen them jump in nice and early and take the fights. They were able to take the first neutral objective as well, able to secure that, not only that turtle, but was able to make it to the gold lane and secure a kill on top of that, taking down Exio. So now that we are jumping into the game, I gotta see some things checked off the board for the side of Vanguard, right? Play a little safer in the gold lane. Try and find a plan to get to that first neutral objective. But if you can't get it, find a trade somewhere else.
Absolutely. And I want to see them help Exio get online. Looking at their overall composition right now, he is going to be one of the main sources of damage for their team. And as long as it can help him get an easier time online. Now, he is going up against this Brody, who does have, I would consider this a pretty even matchup on both sides across the board, but it's just going to come down to who gets that upper advantage. And looking at Brody, he's one of those marksmen that is exceptionally well at pushing in that lane in that early game. So if the side of Team Elite is able to help get him online, then again, it's just going to come down to who has the better rotations and focus into that gold lane.
Yeah, definitely going to come down to focus and also a game plan. And as we are jumping into this, just a little bit of a recap right now. Team Elite had a very good first game, was able to close it out, a slight advantage for this series, and now trying to claim game 2 to send Vanguard onto match point and may be able to get a possible sweep. So Vanguard need to play a little safer. We're seeing Exio running on this Beatrix, going up against the Brody, and already both of them getting up close and personal in the gold lane. But speaking of up close and personal, again, we were talking about war in the XP lane. Elite is going to find first blood and take down Foop. This is not something you should see this early in the XP lane. You do not want to fall. Any slight advantage is huge, especially this early in the phase. As right now, again, you are seeing Elite very comfortable in the beginning of this match.
Man, it's kind of giving me a little bit of deja vu, right? Last game, it was Foop being the more dominant one up there in that EXP lane, right? And something that also happened last game, Weezy, but before I get into that, they're looking for Exio.
And this is a blast from the past. This is exactly what we seen in the last match. Exio fell. He didn't have the help right there. And you're seeing Elite just very comfortable in their positioning. They know exactly where to go and what to prio, but I can't say the same thing for the Vanguard right now. They need to kind of pick up their momentum, kind of re-strategize how they want to take this early game, or they're going to find themselves in a pit that they can't get out of.
Absolutely, right? And again, I'm assuming again that they do have that late game in their potential, but we're already seeing a little bit of a hint to a snowball coming in for the side of Team Elite as they contest this first usual objective here we see.
Yeah, you are going to see that Dawning Light rain down from afar. Is going to take down Elite. Down goes the manipulation. Kiyu picks up the turtle for the Vanguard. Huge momentum boost. But you were able to see the Vanguard take 1 kill. So was able to pick something up. Not really the best trade, but you are still seeing the Elite leading with about 600 gold.
Absolutely right. And as long as it's that small, they can catch up. But speaking of being catched here, he gonna be taken out as he was hit by that knockup, right? But we're seeing a little bit of a lane cut coming in there in that EXP laner. But again, the pressure and the dominance coming in from the side of Team Elite right now is strong. We're seeing them focus in that gold, and again, look at their rotations coming down. We're seeing the vision being gave and then the follow-up potential.
And look at Vic is going to wrap around, needs to help them out. You are going to see the flicker forced out as well, and that was Blaze who kind of used that utility, definitely working inside of Team Elite's favors. Now they may try and wrap around and proxy these minions, but fell a little short. Looks like they're going to go ahead and shift their focus back to the mid lane.
Now, I like that they're sticking together. Their dominance as a group, because Joy, again, she has the dash, and we do see some damage coming in from the Dawning Light there, but both tanks there missing that engagement. The luck on this Raven right now. They're the ones who really sense death. And right now, he wasn't ready to give up his life, Weezy.
That man's breaking ankles and breaking necks out there. I don't think I've ever seen 2 tanks check a bush at the same time and both of them miss when they knew where he was. But now you are seeing some heavy presence from the Vanguard. Looks like they are kind of changing their pace right now. They're playing a little safer. You're seeing Vic, you're seeing kind of rotating together. And you're also seeing Blaze on the bottom side, making sure that he protects Exio to get him online.
Absolutely right, and I do like what I'm seeing from Raven right now. He's not sensing any movement, he's not sensing any action, and he's playing it very safe until his team gives him vision. He knows he's being baited out right now, and you can really tell by how obvious Exio is making it right now. He knows that your tag is in that bush. That's the only reason why you're being so aggressive. But speaking of people being aggressive, again, another contest for the second neutral objective as it gets reset here, Weezy, and we're going to see, as Deku likes to call it, a WWE.
That's right, the wall wiggle entertainment, as you are going to see Vic with the heavy spin, take down Q, Turtle at about half HP, but look at Saku, look at E, look at Raven, trying to do the denial, but not able to stop as they don't have the retribution like Vic does, and he's able to secure that objective for Vanguard. We kind of mentioned they were on the bottom half of this, on the back end, needing to find a way to get back inside of this early game, and this is how you do it, right? Just take these neutral objectives, play a little safer, rotate as a team, and you're going to put Team Elite in a position to where you may be able to even out the series.
Absolutely right. And one thing I can say, yes, they do have this Minsothar that can kind of stop some of these dashes and mobility. Having on this Xavier, he basically does the same thing that the Minsothar does, but he can do it more consistently and has more damage, more burst damage in particular as he does so, right? But we're seeing a wave cut here come in. That is 4 members versus 2, and I think they should give up this tower, BZ.
Yeah, and looking at Foop, is going to use the electrifying beats, is going to find Elite, but on the bottom side, Exio, and Blaze is going to secure that first turret in the gold lane, but now looking on the top side, may be able to get another, but no, looks like Q was able to kind of fend that off from those minions, but the Iron Hook into the purple buff, almost a denial.
But it's not going to be enough as he did secure that with the retribution. Again, we're seeing another wave cut coming in from Foop there in that top side. Vic looking for the heavy spin, but he's not going to find anything.
Down goes the manipulation. Mirror's passion to top that off. The suppression from the bloody hunt. Raven is going to find Blaze. Saku going to take down Foop. Picks up a double. Finds Exio. Can they get another? 3 members have fallen for the Vanguard. None on the side of Team Elite. 6 minutes in. And we are going to be seeing this turtle spawn in shortly. But right now, a good position. A good start for the side of Elite. Able to find their footing yet again and dominate for the early phase.
And speaking of dominating here, we're seeing, again, finding a little bit of some trades on the map here. Already getting that positioning in for this third turtle of the game, right? And it looks like it's going to go ahead and go into the hands of Team Elite right now, but the Knight's Calling goes down.
And you are going to see a possible pick-off as well. Vic with the heavy spin is out of there! How did he get out with 1 HP? But now looking on the top side, Foop in the bush, Elite and Saku gonna go ahead and clear out these minions. But looking at the mid lane, a stun on the Raven, the bouncing ball as well. May have bit on more than he could chew. A little bit of an overextension, trying to claim that turret in the mid lane. Exio with the flicker in, but the bloody hunt for the suppression, the mobilization, and now the Dawning Light is gonna shut down E in the mid lane.
Man, what a save coming in from E there. And that's 110% worth it. Giving your life as the Wilmer to secure your late game and help him scale better. Weezy, that's a noble sacrifice if I've ever seen one. And speaking of nobility.
Oh my goodness, you are going to see find Elite, but Exio fell as well in that skirmish. And right now, 6-6. I'm wondering which way this is going to go. This is like playing a match of ping pong and both sides are even.
Absolutely right. But in terms of some of these items right now, looking at the gold lane matchups, we're already seeing Brody scaling quite better than this Beatrix as he does have an item over here, right? In terms of that mid-game matchups, we're seeing it also being evened out as Xavier has secured 2 of his core items and he really, all she needed right now was that ice cream wand. And I mentioned before the power of that alone when the Void Crystal goes down, or even when she's able to land those first skills on you, she's already applying that additional utility for her team to follow up and engage on, right? And speaking of engages right now, it has to come down to baby Blaze on this Kufa. He has to find a good opening, and I want to see some kind counter plays coming in. But speaking of engages, Weezy.
The mobilization is going to find the kill from that amazing assist, but now E is going to flicker out, almost caught in that skirmish as well alongside Elite. And right now, Vanguard, even though it looked like they were on the back end of this, they are able to still find their way to make an advantage, as you are going to see Exio claim the tier 2 in the bottom side. And now the dawning light from afar, Foop finds E, picks up a double with the electrifying beats, takes Raven, Q takes down Foop to respawn. 3 members of Vanguard sitting strong on this Lord, and it looks like Elite is not going to be in a position to contest.
Absolutely right, but they will be in a position to defend this mid lane, as they were able to force out that flicker from Exio looking for that sniper shot. Unfortunately, it finds nothing, not even the Natalia herself, right? But I can't count out Team Elite just yet, but I also want to commend the Vanguard for finding these engages. And I was mentioning how impactful they're on this Xavier has been throughout this game, right? The Mystic Fields are doing Minsutar's job for him, but also a little bit better. But speaking of doing some jobs here,
a lot of things going on in the mid lane, as Vic is going to use that heavy spin, a little bit of wasted utility, but he was able to safeguard the Team Elite from pushing in to his teammates. But speaking of pushing in, Lord on the bottom side, left unchecked, is slowly making his way into the inhibitor. You are going to see Q and Elite for the denial, but right now, when you're looking at turrets, it's still even, 3-3 on the board. Both teams are able to claim an equal amount from both sides, but now you are going to see Vanguard change the narrative. Is going to take the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, and looks like they are now going to pull their punches, and they have the slight advantage. It's looking really strong, but when you're looking at the marksman, Exio not able to really pick up any kills, still sitting 0, 3, and 4, but as long as he stays alive in the late game, he can be a problem. But speaking of staying alive, down goes the Bloody Hunt onto Blaze, not the person you want to use that utility on, especially being that roam and being very sustainable. And with that waste of utility, this may be a chance for Vanguard to punish.
absolutely right. You have to actually combo, but speaking of combos, we might see one happening here. No, they're going to go ahead and let him disengage, and that's a good disengagement coming in from Vic there on this jungle, right? You don't want your jungle to fall so much. And I want to say, even though XDO has not been having the best KDA this game, he has been able to open up the map. And again, adding to his KDA here, we see.
Yeah, adding to his KDA, able to pick up 1 kill. Definitely what he needs to be able to be that threat that his team is relying on. And speaking of threats, just look at all this utility on the board. That Dawning Light down the mid lane to clear some of those minions. You are going to see the turret on the top side falling to minions as well, left unchecked in favor for the Vanguard. As the map is slowly starting to bleed blue, E is going to pick up a kill on the Exio. A little bit of an overextension. Bloody Hunt is going to be too costly for him to deal with, and this is where the micro and macro comes in, right? An overextension on a marksman as the backline. You want to play a little bit safer and make sure your team is in a proper position to protect you at all costs.
Absolutely right. And speaking of protect, Blaze might need some protection as his Kufra as he uses that flicker.
Ooh, and the Iron Hook not gonna connect. Is gonna bob and weave, but the Tyrant's Revenge. Blaze is gonna get a double stun. Is gonna use the bouncing ball. They are giving him everything they got. Torn apart memories is gonna seal his fate. Speaking of fate, Q is running back. Vic and on the chase. Do they know E is in that bush? But look at Foop. Oh my goodness, the Iron Hook connects on to Vic. He's been spotted out. Bloody Hunt goes down for the suppression, and down he goes into the hands of Raven, but not before Exio takes down Elite on the top side. But Lord is still in play, and right now the jungler is down for the side of Vanguard, which means Elite's going to be able to take this unchecked, and right now I'm not really seeing Vanguard have a response for a trade.
Absolutely right. They're just trying to clear out some of these waves a little bit, and it's smart that they didn't try to go and contest that objective, knowing that their jungler was down, right? But again, their win condition is going to be in the hands of Exio. On this Xavier, yes, he is one of the core damage dealers, and now that he's secured that Divine Glaive, his damage is going to be more prominent. But speaking of damage being prominent here,
Boop is going to rush in like a bad man with electrifying boots. Is going to find Saku. You're going to see take down Raven. Unstoppable Q is going to find Foop to respawn. 1 for 2 on the board, but numbers inside the favor of Vanguard, as we are seeing the Lord slowly make his way down the top lane. And now looking at Vanguard in a great position to contest it.
Absolutely, definitely a wasted opportunity for this other team elite to capitalize off of that Lord, as they are going to be able to defend it quite well for the side of the Vanguard, but they're looking for a little bit more. But if I was them, I wouldn't overstay my welcome, as we do see a concealed play coming in from Blaze.
Blaze and Exio doing a little bit of a split though. Wonder what was going on right there, and looks like Exio didn't fully commit, maybe didn't trust in the route that Blaze was going in. A little bit of miscommunication, but that's okay. They'll definitely have that concealed play in time, as we are going to be seeing this Lord spawn in the next 100 seconds. And right now, Team Elite, even though their backs are against the wall, they've lost more turrets than the Vanguard. We are slowly getting into the late game where the respawn timers are going to be so high that you're going to have to be careful on who you let fall. This is the time to protect the backlines. Don't let the mage or the marksman fall, and that may be a downfall for the Vanguard, as we've seen Exio be a little bit over-aggressive, and as this match is slowly progressing, it looks like he was able to pull a little bit more of his punches and play a little bit more tactfully. So if he can keep that up, he's definitely going to be a threat. But speaking of threats, Elite already getting in position, trying to get some good zonage for this side of the jungle where the Lord is going to spawn in. But E, a little bit of overextension, maybe costly, hit with the Dawning Light, about half HP, and not going to connect with the Iron Hook.
Absolutely right, and I don't think that the Beatrix is being out of position. I think that it's two hooks that you have to dodge. But speaking of things to dodge,
I'm gonna find a kill, takes down Q. Iron Hook is gonna connect as well. E can hit a bullseye from a mile away with this Franco, but now looking at who has control inside of the jungle, at least for when this Lord may spawn in, it looks like it may be in the favor for the Vanguard. And this is what we kind of mentioned, right? This is a battle of ping pong between these two amazing teams. You never know which way it's going to go, but like we said, the longer this game goes, the respawn timers are going to be costly, and you have to keep that in mind. You kind of mentioned Exio possibly being a problem as this goes a little bit later. He may be able to get some pickoffs. Though, we got to give him some credit. The man is 6-0-4, leading the way with the highest kills for the side of Vanguard. And when we swing over to Team Elite, looks like they're pretty much stacked even between Q and Raven, the jungler on the Alpha, and then also their marksman on the Brody. So I wonder which way this is going to go, as we are going to see this Luminous Lord spawn in.
oh, but Blaze having to use that conceal.
Is going to go ahead and get a stun, maybe able to get a pick off. Team is there for the damage. Is going to secure that kill, increasing that KDA now to 7-0-4. This man is literally unstoppable. We have a wizard in the making for the day one of the MLSA, as you are seeing Vanguard pull the aggro of this Lord, and it looks like Elite is going to pull back. They're not going to contest this, and is this the right decision?
I mean, I would say so, right? A big thing for Team Elite is having Elite there being alive. They have ways to defend right now. They do lose out on that number advantage. And again, they have a team fight composition. There is no synergy without having a team member with you, right? We see E being able to land a good Iron Hook there, but it's not enough for them to secure that buff, though, right?
Oh, no, they secured it. Raven got it. Raven got it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was... I told you, this man, he could literally hit a hook from 300 meters away, and it'll connect, and it's definitely some top-tier accuracy. But speaking of accuracy, speaking of top-tier, a top-tier Lord making his way on the top side, rushing his way to the base of the Elite, and you are seeing both teams sitting strong with all 5 members.
Absolutely right. I'm seeing Elite running this high and dry. In terms of emblems, and I don't know how I feel about it, because in that mid to late game, it kind of falls off, right? And he's building damage as well, and that's making him get bursted down even more. I feel like if he went, before I get into that, Weezy.
Before you get into that, the Iron Hook is going to get into Foop. He is going to get bursted down. One member has fallen for the side of Vanguard, and it looks like they may have wasted their opportunity, as you are going to see this Luminous Lord down to about 25% HP. May not even be able to make it into that inhibitor now, and unfortunately, it didn't work in their favor, and this is a good turnaround for Elite to be able to hang in there. This is going to give them another chance at this Luminous Lord, but may not even go for it, as they're going to battle it out on the orange buff on the top side. You are going to see Saku find Baby Blaze, and now Vic and Exio slowly pulling their punches, slowly rushing away as they realize Elite has the slight advantage.
Now, and one of my worst nightmares, Weezy, is going up against a Mitsuta, right? As a mage, I hate that. But now, You have the Minotaur's hooks to dodge as well as E's hooks to dodge. Can you dodge all of them hooks, Weezy?
I think that's the $1,000,000 question right now, and we'll see how this goes. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's very hard to gauge on who will be able to pull this off, but we can kind of talk about like what they need to do to pull it off, right? You need to kind of play a little safe. Do not let them pick you off for either side. Protect your marksmen, protect your mages, and have a solid positioning. This is the kind of where you start seeing like the tank roam around and the team follow through behind him with the concealed play and try and catch somebody off guard in the bush. As you are seeing both teams kind of stacking heavy on opposite sides of the jungle, that may be a possible game plan. This is something similar that we've seen in the NACT for the top 8 teams in North America. When you get to this moment, 20 minutes in, this is where you have to be aggressive, but you have to be tactful, right? If you're going to go in with aggression, you have to have a game plan. And this is where I said, with the concealed intact, it's a great way to kind of scope it out, give some vision on these bushes, and possibly get a pick off, as we are going to see this Lord spawn in. And right now, both sides having some members inside of the pit.
But they're going in here.
And Blaze caught in between 4 members of Elite. Raven is going to find him, take him down. The scout report has failed. They're able to spot the enemy spy behind enemy lines. And without that roam to be able to protect them, that may be what Elite needs to be able to turn this around. Iron Hook connects onto Exio. Immortality has been procced. A bloody hunt for the stun. Elite securing the kill. The marksman has fallen alongside their tank. The numbers in favor for Elite. The Lord may go into their hands as well, as they have a solid footing. And you're looking at Vanguard not being able to find a way in, but finding their way out back to their base. But now the chase, they realize they may be able to close this out. Definitely an endable game. You have to be careful. I mean, look at the respawn timers, right? We're looking at 30 seconds till Exio's in. He definitely has another shot at this, but they are going to be pushing against a Luminous Lord.
Vic was able to take it.
Oh, no way!
Oh, the Lord, yeah. With the heavy spin.
Wow.
He flirt it in and he got it with that retribution.
I didn't even see Vic. That's how much this man was a ninja.
How smooth it was. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do a little instant replay on that one. But hey, that changes the whole story right there. Able to take this Lord is gonna buy them an additional time they need. It definitely worth that skirmish, as you are now seeing them even up the map. They're not gonna be able to push in with this Lord, but they're gonna be able to get back on the crowd control to even out each lane. And this is a good start for both sides. It's basically a reset, which can go in either side's favor.
Absolutely right. It just stalled out the game a little bit more, and as long as they can keep buying time, I do think as the game goes on, this is where Xavier starts to shine, right? We see the damage coming in from some of these dawning lights, like as one goes out, and this is where he really, really shines in this game. Usually, if your team's back is against the wall, just having the Xavier on your team makes it harder for the enemies to really engage in. But also, if the enemies have that lead advantage, he can disrupt them so much, and we're seeing the power of that Mystic Fields come out and stopping some of these rotations coming in and dealing damage at the same time. So I do think as long as can stay alive in this game, which he's been managing to do quite well, and Xavier having 0 deaths within 23 minutes of a match, that is very impressive, especially when you're going up against something like this Franco, the Alpha, even the Minotaur. So really good positioning coming in from him, and his team realizes that he's their saving grace, and they're giving him that vision. They're opening up the map so much for him. But speaking of map openings, I do also want to commend XCO again for proxying some of these lanes. Foop as well, right? Looking at some of the items picked up, everyone is pretty much full build. We're seeing Minotaur pick up a little bit more of that defensive items, which is what I wanted to see from him. Joy as well, opting in for that full damage, but securing that immortality so she could be a little bit more aggressive with that vengeance, right? But speaking of vengeance here, both gold laners having some of that defense as well as that sustainability at their side. The lower Beatrix's health drop, that Haas class is going to help her spike back up. And again, both teams setting up for this Lord as it's about to spawn in just under 15 seconds. And I'm excited to see how this is going to go. Right now, the side of Team Elite is more so setting up around that Lord side. But I like that Vanguard is putting some pressure onto the lanes before they fully decide to go for a contest here.
And this is a way better game from Vanguard than Match 1, right? It's looking pretty much even. Match 1 definitely was leaning more inside of Elite's favor. But now, as this Lord has spawned in, both teams battling it out for this huge neutral objective. The heavy spin going down, manipulation, Raven finding Blaze. One member has fallen for the side of the Vanguard. Looking at Foop, electrifying beats, procs the immortality on Saku, is going to take him down. Q is going to take down Exio as well. Looking at the Lord at about a quarter of HP. The suppression. Foop in a bad situation. Can't escape. Raven is going to activate that killing spree and take him down. And Vic left alone. Can Vic secure another Lord like he did before? He is pulled back with the Iron Hook, but Q is going to secure it. Has a retribution, and they have the numbers. A huge play for Team Elite.
Man, and that's just what they needed. And again, shutting down this Xavier Weezy as KU looks for Vic here.
Now, that's just overkill right there. I mean, you have all the members down. You know you can just close it out in the mid lane, but they're going to go ahead and take him down. And now that is a full wipeout for the side of the Vanguard. The Elite was able to kind of take that slight advantage, and this is what it boils down to, the slight micro and macro mistakes. Your positioning can be very costly, and that is all she wrote, is they're going to be able to claim the second match, as all members are down, not going to be able to spawn in time, don't even need this Lord. A great game for the side of the Elite to take the second match.
Not only did they take the second match, Rizzy, they just took the series there, right? So it's a beautiful game coming in from the side of Team Elite. Again, I have to give credit to that momentum coming in from the roam and the mid lane matchup. They're coming in from the side of Team Elite. They played a very impressive game, and again, Q securing that MVP in that jungle position for the second game in a row. It just shows how versatile and how versed he is in that jungle position, right? And looking at the opposing side right now, on this Xavier, literally holding Vanguard in his hands for that game, but unfortunately, as an overall team composition, it is a 5v5, not a 1v9. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to really carry that game. And looking at some of the statistics again, high team fight participation overall coming in from the side of Team Elite. And again, they had that team fight composition, and we saw them playing into that power. And they were able to not only secure game number 2, but series 1 of MLSA. Season 3, day 1, we see.
That's right, Season 3, day 1, and already started off with a sweep. Man, that was intense, but I seen something from Vanguard in that match that I didn't see in game 1, and that is potential, right? If they could just play a little bit safer, maybe make a couple more smoother executions on what they decide to focus on, they may be able to take a game away from them. I wouldn't say that was a one-sided story, but nonetheless, overall, great job to Elite to be able to close out that first series. But like we said, guys, that is only the first series of the day. That was a Vanguard up against Team Elite. Well done to both of you guys, but moving forward, we still have more amazing series up next. We are going to be seeing ZenxLotus going up against the Knots. The Knots is the revamped version of Huevo, one of the best teams that we've seen inside of the MLSA Season 1 and Season 2. And ZenxLotus, team that we've seen as well that's been competing since the beginning of the MLSA, led over there by an amazing streamer, Luna. So I can't wait to see what both these teams bring to the table. But as we are moving forward, a special segment, we're going to go ahead and take a look at MLSA community news, right? There was an MLBB meetup in SF. They're doing meetups all around North America, and hey, I've been thinking about doing one in Florida. Does anybody live in Florida? Maybe we can meet up and, you know, I don't know. We can do something cool. So, but let me know where you guys would like to do meetups inside of MLBB NA, and also where you guys would like the next NACT to be. Definitely taking all your guys' things into consideration. But also moving forward, appreciate everybody tuning in. Let's go ahead and take a look at our superstar teams and exactly what they went through recently in the NACT.
While we're going to go ahead inside of... Joey Bonds with the divine judgment. We do find a kill onto best player. Basically coming in with the kill onto ISO. We are defending for our lives and T gets taken down. Joey Bonds hit that immortality and he is down. Here in a wave here to help BTK defend. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Basically can go ahead and use that Thorn's Rose to negate some of the damage, but they are not lighting up. ISO picks up a kill, but here comes the Luminous Lord. Down to 10% health. This is going to be game 1, going to outplay.
Even Mason is at the point now, he's got that orange buff. They're trying to clear this out. They might look for a forced initiation.
Yeah, we have Mason coming in.
Duet to go ahead and zone out. Best player gets found out by T, and here comes Promise with a Raven spider stance, but he's gonna get caught up by ISO. You see the damage there. ISO finds the kill. That's another tower for BTK.
6. So we haven't seen any mistakes from him, and Joybod's babysitting paid off.
Yeah, now we see Hoon is gonna get interrupted from that feather airstrike. T's gonna come in there. ISO finds the final tower. Then gonna come in there. Yato finds the kill on the Hoon. We are now onto the base. Big pop up on the basically. Finds another kill. Half health. This is gonna be it. BTK ties things up with OP.
The fight that they can take is up to them, but here we go.
Yeah, really outplay, doesn't have much space to work with. They got no turrets so far. Oh, they're going to initiate though.
Use wild charge with Petrified. Trampoline from the airborne knockup. ISO finding a kill, takes down Shark. Ooh, trying to get away alive, but Yato shutting it down, unstoppable.
Out of this. And knowing that outplay right now in the back end of T.
Huge play on the way, the battle of the Lord Pit. Yato knockup, Yato rushing in. Shark is going to flicker away, but not the same story for best player. T is going to shut him down. The jungler does fall for outplay. Retribution into the hands of Mova Zane to be able to secure this Lord.
There you go. There was an attempt. Outplay's been kind of elusive. They really haven't fallen for those initiations that BTK is looking for. Now the setup here, though, with the Lord.
That's right. Shark sniffing out a setup with the concealed play, but the fatal links does go in for the stun. Basic takes that Joybot. Feather airstrike from far from Hoon. Hoon finds Mova Zane, and they're able to claim their tier 2 turret on the top side.
And the rail flicker hawk.
Oh, Shark's not done. A bullseye, but the Iron Hook takes down Yato. Hoon securing that kill. Lord in play for the inhibitor. Torn apart memory from ISO. T takes down Basic. They need to get out of there. T gets pulled back with the Iron Hook. Promise outplay has found their way.
Weezy, you're not done, Joybot.
We are not done. Down goes the fatal links. Down goes the decimation. Best player takes down Yato. Look at the base. Crystal.
Can they close?
1, 2, 3. Can they close this out? T rushing up with electrifying feats. Takes down best player. Basic on the T. Joybot rushing in ISO. But Basic. Here we go. Promise fighting ISO as well. And Joybot falling to the dollar strike. And that is a huge play. A full wipeout for BTK. Ladies and gentlemen, outplay is sending them even out the odds 2-2 against BTK.
Once again, and they're down 2 members. They're going to buy time here. They're going to clear the waves the best they can.
That's how you clear waves. Zane gonna get pulled back in. Basic focusing on the base, but still no minions. Another wave is coming. Joybot's down to about half health. They're gonna walk in. They're trying to finish. But wait, T's still here. Able to get a kill. Yato goes down. Joybot trying to pull Basic away. Basic one hit. They're still defending. BTK doesn't one go out today.
A strong gust of wind.
A little bit of an advantage in this late game. He's done. Joybot very low. Cold Clover comes in the nick of time though. But they are under 2 towers. Falling Star Moon comes down. BTK still going. Best player. Immortality pops. Hoon able to find Yato. Joybot getting pulled back in. Taking out best player. Taking out the Moses. The Lord is here. It's a base race right now. BTK trying to end this. This is bad. Lord still up. All they gotta do is lock on. Can they do what Outplay couldn't? Ladies and gentlemen, that's match point for BTK.
If you look at the series once again, it was kind of a roller coaster, but he's done an amazing job at just kind of getting it going here.
Oh, ISO able to flicker away. Big knockup. ISO taken out. This might be bad. Speedy Lightly comes out. Joybot might just connect. Baby comes in. That's 3 members annihilated.
And he is slowing and whittling down. Here comes the defense. Can they do it?
Can they do what they did last game? Once again, Outplay doesn't want to let it happen. Best player working his way around. They're bringing in the pincer. Everyone come from different angles. Shark does have the conceal ready to go. Second nice push. T trying to make a play happen. Out comes the bombs. Lord will get melted down. Joybot's able to kick, but now he's going to have to pay for it. Hoon able to pick it up. ISO might just be next. Down he goes. T trying to carry everyone on his shoulders. Looking for the finish. Mova Zane able to find best player though. T still in the mix of things. Not over. Not quite yet. Minions haven't finished it. Crystal finally goes down. And this is what everybody wanted. We're going to game number 7.
Point where it's like, this is showing confidence. He's picked Kaja now after some of the, hold on.
little bit of damage on a MLBB there. Speaking of, and Dave trying to get the first kill.
Wow.
MLBB will be able to get away. Joy Baj trying to get that final hit on the best player. And move in. You goes down. Yato on the backside.
On the hunt
for another one.
It's going to come down to this retribution battle if they continue this. Less than half health here. MLBB versus best player. There's the conceal.
Numi on blast return though. Yato looking for the stun. MLBB still has control of the war pit. It finally gets reset. Shark trying to bring it down. Doesn't land. Promise. Bowls on top of MLBB here.
Tease.
Finally leaving. Joy Baj though. Wait. That's a lot of damage. Gonna go down here. And here comes the dragon. Gonna back him off. This could be this Lord for BTK. But watch the best player coming around the wall here. Shark as well with the bulwark. It's still a 50-50. Promise in the bush. Trying to come into the backside. ISO there as well, but he doesn't have a speedy light wheel. Not going to be able to output too much damage just yet. Who's going to take this? Base player, best player. Going to get pushed away. Shark very low as well. Forced to go back to base. ISO on the best player. The basics on the base. They got to stop him. They got to stop him. Basic goes down. The stun. That's it. So close on the thread. That's how they live. Now it's still on the Lord. Promise trying to slow him down, but MLBB won't let it happen. That's the first Lord of this game for BTK.
BTK coming back here on the side with minions at their crystal, able to pick up the Lord, and now the favor finally turning to them.
This was the question. Can BTK do it again? Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're going to try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Baj, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO going to lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. Wait. Two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But that is it. They said 99.9%. But today, BTK is .01.
The bloodthirsty Kings defying the odds. Game number 7 in the grand finals of NACT. What a series.
They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, immortality pops. Who able to find Yato? Joy Baj getting point out.
Intermission with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on the takes down team. Joy Baj versus ISO. Fight Basic. Here we go.
Work, but ISO now. That's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it to the make of time. Down goes MLBB.
Joy Baj getting dangerously.
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Cult Altar though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
ASEP's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me.
Amazing caster with you. You got me blushing behind the caster's desk here. But I agree, right? I'm excited to see how these two teams are going to go. Now, for those of you who may not know, a little backstory on Knots, right? They were recently some members from Huevo and Los Eggs. So, you know, very familiar teams with us here, Weezy, and we do know how Huevo tends to play. I don't know if maybe with their recent, you know, revamp, if you may, or rebranding, if they're still going to keep that core concept that we know from them in terms of that dynamic drafting. But I'm excited to see how they're going to perform.
Sir, what's your command? Your team is banning. Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Again, we saw this in the previous series, right? Banning out some of those heroes that can really perform and give you that early to mid game transition and make that a little bit easier for your team, right? But we're also seeing this Valentina being banned out. And I would say, Weezy, with the recent patches, we've been seeing so many different things happen within the draft. Heroes that's being prioed, heroes that's being allowed to walk. Like I remember in previous patches, the Arlot, he's not as open as often, but now we're seeing him slither through the cracks. Even some picks like the Joy in certain, you know, circumstances, right? But we're already seeing this Novaria being banned out. And Novaria has been, I feel like, one of the only heroes in recent times that has trailed the lines between being overpowered and balanced, right? I feel like she offers so much good things, but her kit also allows her the ability to be countered as well and more balanced, if you may, right? But we're already going to see that Minzathar being banned out, going to deny some of that movement from being slotted in here.
Yeah, definitely going to deny some of that movement. And you are looking at the Novaria taken down again. I mean, one of those heroes that we're not really probably ever going to see. That's just kind of the new hero curse when it comes out, right? Pretty much a global ban across the board. But speaking of bans, first ban phase has been finalized from the Knots. They're going to go ahead and take out this Minzathar. And also, something about the Knots, right? We said this is the revamped Huevo. They're a team that is, like, very hard to outdraft. Like, me personally, I've coached teams. I will sit down for hours and try and break down drafts with teammates, with Coach Deku. And honestly, every time I went against Huevo, now revamped name of Knots, they were one of the hardest teams to beat in the draft. They always have a game plan no matter what you pick, and they have a very flexible draft. And speaking of the draft, looking at ZenxLotus, they were able to slide in this Faramis, and now they went in and took the Franco as well. And I'm not really sure if that's the right answer, but I have a theory. My theory is they took the Franco because they're going to run an assassin. What do you think?
I mean, it could work, right? I definitely do get that, especially when you look at some of the things that they banned out. But I will say, we do know that having that heart suppression can counter something like the R-Lots, which we saw being picked up for the side of the Knots. So I do think it's also a response to that. But when you pick your Roma that early, you allow your team to be countered and slotting in that Atlas in that Rome position and looking at the pressure coming in from the side of the Knots in this first half of the draft, Weezy, I fear for ZenxLotus because you have that engage coming in from this R-Lot. There's going to be constant pressure throughout the match, and then you have something like the Atlas with that fatal links as well. So I do think what ZenxLotus needs to do right now, find an answer to stop a little bit of that disengage, whether it's in that EXP lane or it's what you slot into in that jungle position. And speaking of EXP laners, they're going to prio and lock in that Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, locking in that Lapu Lapu. We're going to go ahead and secure that fighter. The Atlas, having that group CC can definitely rush in. And when you run this for Rammus, that requires your team to kind of play a little bit tighter together to make the most out of that Cold Altar to be able to keep the team alive. And that's what Atlas is going to kind of bank on, right? But that something in the advantage for ZenxLotus is they can run Purifies, right? You can run a Purify over on this for Rammus, so you don't really have to worry about the CC. But speaking about people that don't have to worry about CC, you have Martis over there with the Mortal Coils as well, but they don't have a heavy CC-oriented composition on ZenxLotus, so I'm not really sure if Martis is going to work in their favor because he's not going to be able to get out of that suppression from that bloody hunt provided by Franco.
I mean, in theory, in terms of his own capabilities, yes, he's not going to be able to escape, but you have Arlot with the final slash. He's also running, that flame shot, which we saw in the previous series. I'm not sure if this is something new. Maybe I'll see a better representation, this time around. But you also have this Atlas, so we do know his passive can get that frozen effect. So it's all he has to do, and that's the thing, right? When you have a roamer like this Franco, yes, you're suppressed, but in a sense, he's suppressed as well. He's still very open to engages and disruptions, right? So I do think, especially once you have some of that dive coming in, and you have this additional forms of crowd control, that's where he falls short. And when that happens, then you have to bait out something like the Cold Altar to save your roamer. That's not what you want to do. So I do think the side of the Knots have answers for this Franco. And again, I feel like locking a roamer like the Franco so early on, it just leaves so much potential for your team to be outdrafted. And as this first half has been completed, I definitely think they've been outdrafted, Weezy.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to see, right? I've never even personally seen both of these teams go against each other, but we've seen them kind of dominate on their own in the MLSA. Definitely some reoccurring or repeating teams that we've seen in tournaments and way far back since we opened the doors to the MLSA. So they definitely have experience checked off. But the big question is, what have they been doing in the off season, right? NACT's been live for the past 2 months, and we've been wondering, what has everybody else been doing in North America? Have you guys been practicing? Have you been taking notes on the mistakes that you've seen the top 8 teams do in North America? Have you been watching NPL, keeping up to date with what's going on over there? And that's what we're going to see today. Who is more prepared? And now looking at something that I didn't expect to see, but it's slotted in. Looks like they're hovering over on this Hanabi. And now for the last pick for TK, I'm wondering who they're going to pick up. Now, I think the Hanabi was officially slotted in, right? So that's the Higabana that you're going to have. So they're already going to have some CC and their advantage. And then they also have Atlas to top that off. That's a nasty combination if they can pull that off. But keep in mind, Hanabi is still one of those weaker marksmen, and not to mention mobility is what she lacks. And you have a Franco whose main focus this entire game is definitely going to be to go to that gold lane and shut her down.
Absolutely. But Wizzy, I really am a fan of this Hanabi pick just because of her recent changes where any form of having a shield gives you that CC immunity. The Iron Hook could connect, but he's not going to pull anything if it hits her, right? And then you also have some of the dive that's going to be coming in from Lapu when he goes into that Brave Fighter stance, when Faramis is trying to engage with that Shadow Stampede. Again, it's going to allow her that protection, right? And also, talking into itemizations right now, it's been a little bit of Hanabi meta to build in something like the Rose Gold Meteor, right? Which also gives you that additional shield as well as that extra magic defense for some of that magical burst that's going to be coming in. So it adds on to some of that sustainability. She is going to potentially pick up that Wind of Nature as well as that Demon Hunter sword. And what do all of those things have in common, Weezy? They give her some lifesteal and spell vamp, which she also has tied into her passive as well. So again, in terms of overall drafting, I am going to have to give it to the side of these knots. I do think they have everything checked up across the board, but whose draft are you in favor of?
Well, this is a hard one because I see answers on both sides of the table, but I'm going to have to stick with the side of the Knots just because I know who they are as players, and not too many teams were able to take them down in the past 2 seasons. So ZenxLotus is definitely going to have to earn my fandom over there. But as we are jumping into the match, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second series of the day. We are looking at ZenxLotus going up against the Knots. The Knots, the revamped Huevo. ZenxLotus, a team that's been competing since season 1 of the MLSA. And I'm going to shoot that question right back over to you, Rim. Who are you favoring with the draft?
Again, I definitely have to give it to the side of Knots. I do think that they have Engage checked off of the board. They have the CC checked across the board, locking in a mage like Nana, right? Something that we've hardly ever seen despite some of the recent buffs that she's been getting throughout these games. But in that mid lane, I did see an Iron Hook connect onto Durza there. And that's kind of the only time where Atlas is weak, right? In that early game, pre-level 4, he's one of the more squishier tanks, so he definitely has to be a bit more careful in that early game. But in terms of overall drafts being checked up across the board, I do again have to give it to the Knots. I think even having the Hanabi in that gold lane, yes, she's usually a weaker marksman, but going up against this carry, a single target marksman, and then with her recent changes, she no longer needs to activate that first skill to deal that consecutive amount of damage to AoE damage. Actually, I do think Hanabi beats her out, and we saw her stealing that gold crab there in that gold lane for Weezy. So I think it's just gonna come down to execution right now, and I want to see decide to not play into their team fight composition right now.
Yeah, and that's what it's gonna boil down to: who can be able to execute their draft. And something interesting, this is just has old-fashioned Huevo written all over it, is you're seeing a Nana picked alongside a Hanabi. That's not like, those are 2 heroes that usually people in North America at least avoid.
We despise them.
But these are heroes that the Knots thrive on. They like to pick those heroes that nobody else wants to play, and they make the most out of it, and they're still able to pull off the victories. So you can't count them out yet. But speaking of getting counted out, Flame picks up first blood, is going to take down Sakura. A good start for Knots, maybe able to pick up a double. Flame does secure it, and this is what happens when you allow the R-Lot to walk through the draft. And now looking at them shifting focus into the turtle pit, maybe able to claim this objective, but I'm not. He's able to take that. He almost got me with that name. Nice try. Durza is going to go ahead and take down the lane. I was about to do the abbreviation. I was like, oh, wait, can't say that either. But you are going to see the Iron Hook from Wakatashi is going to finally shut down Flame after that nasty double kill. And that turtle secure did go into the favor of ZenxLotus to try and even out these odds. But fight on the purple buff. Sakura is going to take down Martis. You're going to see Durza take down Wakatoshi. That is going to be 1 member down for both sides of the table. Can they make it another? Is Durza going to use that perfect match just in time to escape the 3-man team of ZenxLotus?
You know, Weasley, I'm noticing, right? So we have some members from, the Huevo, they did a little bit of a rebranding, right? But I'm also seeing some past members from Dark Immortals onto the side of ZenxLotus. I'm not sure if you remember, but Jay and Wakatoshi as well. I'm pretty sure they were associated with the Immortals fam at some point, right? But right now, the only family in this game is ZenxLotus, right? And we're seeing them having a little bit of fight back in this match, and that's what you want to see, right? You mentioned some of these unconventional picks that we hardly ever get to see here. And again, the game has over 80 heroes, and I love when teams can utilize some of them within their drafting. We saw a good combination coming in from Nana there with that Melina Blitz, as well as Arlot and the final slash down in that bot side. And again, right, having the CC checked across the board, but on top lane,
we're going to check across the board. CC on both sides of the table. Co-Alter trying to get ZenxLotus out of this engagement, but you are going to see Marta secure a kill. Sakura is going to take down Faithful on the Hanabi, but not before Sakura falls on the top side.
But in that mid lane, we did see Lancelot there getting some of that gold tower plating off, and as long as he can help and passively scale and gain some gold here, it's gonna help his team and his farm overall. But speaking of helping your team, we're seeing both EXP laners setting up for position for this neutral objective.
And you are seeing Durza, perfect match, is going to check the bushes, spots out Wakatoshi. Jay has been spotted as well. Flame on the chase. Already has a great KDA and already doing some massive damage. Chewies is going to secure the turtle for ZenxLotus. And now Jay may be taken down, hit with the Fatal Links, and Daizu is going to seal his fate, but pulled back by an iron hook. Wakatoshi takes down Martis, the jungler for the Knots. Man, an insane skirmish over there for that turtle. 6-4 so far, but oh my gosh, Wakatoshi is not missing with these iron hooks, but the Knots still applying pressure, going in. Daizu is going to take down Sakura and make that another as he gets a double kill and finds Wakatoshi.
Absolutely right, but we're seeing ZenxLotus find a trade as they were going to capitalize off of that rotation coming in from the side of Knots, securing that tower in that top side. Now, looking at their matchup right now, usually at this point you would see the teams going in for a swap, but I'm not too sure if that's what they want to go for. I'm not quite certain how well the carry would perform up against a pick like the Arlot, as it is very aggressive, right? And looking at some of these items right now, we're seeing Nana, she actually built in that enchanted talisman, so she's going for a little bit more of that double Melina type build, right? She does have the components for that Clock of Destiny, so she is going for that cooldown / burst route. Same with this for Ramis, right? Looking at some gold laners across the board right now, we're seeing both of them securing the first core item, building into that second core item, and they're trying to take this first mid lane tower for the side of the Knots.
And maybe able to secure it, as you are going to see Martis take that for his team. Co-alter was activated by Sakura, the Iron Hook, and the Bloody Hunt for the suppression. Catching Durza off guard. Mitsuri picking up a kill. Daizu responding back, finds Chewies. That is going to be the jungler falling for ZenxLotus, but Jay and Wakatoshi still on the aggressive play in the mid lane. The stun from the Higabana, maybe all they needed, as Daizu is going to pick up a kill, is going to find Wakatoshi, and now Mitsuri getting out of there, realizes he cannot take that engagement, and the map has opened up. They have claimed the mid turret in favor for Notch, which means they have more pressure on the opposing side of the jungle for ZenxLotus when it comes to rotations on possibly ganking the side lanes.
Now, Weezy, I'm not sure if you noticed, right? But that was such a good Aegis used by Miracle there on this Hanabi. That Iron Hook did land, but because she procced that battle spell, she was able to get out alive. But unfortunately, Mitsuri is going to find her life down there in that bot side. But speaking of finding a life, they might find a trade-off with Jay in the top. No, they're going to focus on the tower and be objective as well. But he goes in with that Brave Fighter stance.
You are going to see him claim that turret as well. Mission complete. Fatal Links for the connection.
Ooh.
Daizu takes down Jay with a monster kill. Flame picks off Chewies. 2 members falling and a turret lost as well. The Knots finding the objectives, keeping their eyes on the prize, and disrupting the synergy from ZenxLotus 7 minutes in.
Now, again, I have to give credit to some of the combos coming in. Daizu with that Melina Blitz, and then Flame pushing them back in with the final slash so they get that full damage. Again, you just have to give credit when teams are able to layer skills like this, right? Everything is coordinated. They're not spamming. They're using skills intentionally, and I like to see that execution happening, and I like that the Knots are finding some trade-offs. But speaking of finding things here, Flame almost took Jay's life in that top side, and again, that's the power of Arlot, right? But in this bot side, some action happening. They were able to secure this tower, which is good, opening up that board, evening up the economy even more, and steady playing this game for the side of the Knots. They're not looking to be untangled just yet, Weezy.
Oh, that's deep, Rim. Not looking, dang, that's a good one. But yeah, as you are looking at it, 12-6, 8 minutes in, not looking to be, what'd you say, untangled anytime soon. Yeah. As you are going to see Wakatoshi, though, is going to go ahead and connect with the Iron Hook, but now Durz on the chase with the perfect match is going to kind of slow him down and hit the Fatal Links, and godlike Daizu on this Nana, one of those heroes that most players in North America despise, is thriving with a 7-0-6 KDA for the Knots.
Now, remember when I mentioned in Draft Weezy about Atlas having that passive and Franco with that Bloody Hunt? I said that the Faramis is going to have to use that Cult Altar to try to save him. That's exactly what happened, and now the rest of his team cannot contest this Lord because Faramis had to use that sustainability. But Flame, 1v5 situation in the top lane.
And this just showing you how confident Flame is, but definitely not a solid plan, not well thought through, and he was punished by the side of ZenxLotus. Need to kind of pick your battles. Just because you have the slight advantage does not mean you're invincible, but with him being on top on that side, it looked like the Lord was able to be secured by the knot, so it looks like he was just a little bit of that distraction for them to be able to take this uncontested.
And I feel like he thought that it would have stayed a 1v2, 1v3 situation, but the moment the rest of them pulled up, he was like, you know, if I'm going out, I'm gonna go out with a bang, and that's what happened, right? He was able to, like you said, buy some time for his team to secure that Lord free of contest. And again, look at the positioning coming in from the side of the knots.
That was a flicker backward with the Iron Hook. Mitsury's taking down Martis, the jungler, for the Knots. The instant transmission. Super Saiyan 3, as you are seeing Flame rush in, finds Mitsuri to respond, able to take one off the table for ZenxLotus, but who will be able to turn this tide in the favor? Who will be able to have the numbers? You're going to see Chewies find Durza last minute, and now are going to be able to contest this Lord from taking down the tier 2 turret on the top side. But look at Daizu on this invincible Nana is going to find Wakatoshi, a legendary kill, and claims the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
The damage coming in from that Melina Blitz, Weezy, I have to do an item check because of that, because she just made Wakatoshi look like an ADC out here, right? She did secure her 3 core items, and again, credits to that enchanted talisman. It's helping her be able to spam that boomerang a lot more. And I don't know if y'all have been keeping up, but Nana, she received a huge buff where the damage of that continuously stacks, and she can, at one point in the game, almost one-shot any squishies without magic defense just with that first skill alone, right? But looking at some of the items up across the board, we're seeing Hanabi, she did secure that Trinity items, and Calibur having a harder time up against her with that. Yes, she does have that Wind of Nature, but until she picks up some magic defense, potentially Rose Gold Meteor, Athena Shield, or even that Radiant Armor, she's not going to be able to sustain some of the damage that's going to be coming in from the Nana for the side of the Knots, right? Franco, he has to secure. I really don't believe in securing Oracle on a tank like Franco. Yes, he has the heal from his passive, but it's so minuscule. You need a microscope to see it, right? I would have preferred he locked in something like that Radiant Armor to help lower some of the overall magic power coming in from Daizu there, or go in for something like the Athenas to prevent some of that burst, as the Oracle is not helping you mitigate or sustain any of that damage coming in. And the more you tank some of these Molinas, look at how much damage one Molina did to him. What did that Oracle do? Nothing. So he definitely needs to properly build some of these core defensive items here. But I do like Chewy's positioning here on this Lancelot, as decided to not focus on this Lord, but another Iron Hook lands reason.
You already see Nana proc that passive, able to get out of there alive, but barely any HP. But Chewy's has exposed himself. The Fatal Links for the quad set. Flame takes down Mitsuri. Looking at the Lord, Chewy's is going to be able to secure it. A huge play for ZenxLotus. Faithful is going to find a kill, though. Is going to take him down, but a little too late. And that is exactly what ZenxLotus needed out of that skirmish. Checked all of the boxes off for that composition, for that fight. But speaking of Chewy's, he was taken down right there. 3 members did fall in that skirmish, but overall, I would say that's a good trade. They're able to take the Lord that did not look like it was going to be in their favor.
Absolutely right. They were able to chew him out like a piece of winter fresh gum right there. But before he fell, he was able to secure that Lord. And that's the power of this tank slot, right? He's able to contest some of these neutral objectives, whether it's a 1v5, he can still put up a good effort, right? And that just bought ZenxLotus some more time. And having a marksman like Carrie on your side, time is what you need for her to be able to come online. Looking at her KDA right now, she is 4-2-1 in comparison to Faithful Miracle on Hanabi. She is having a beautiful game in terms of KDA, right? So I do think they have that going for them. Now, what ZenxLotus needs overall, they need Sakura to not get baited out with that Cult Altar, right? let the side of the Knots engage. She does have that Purify. Mitsuri also has that Purify at her disposal. Once Atlas uses that Fatal Links, that is your time to shine because it leaves the Knots without that initial engage. And he's one of those roamers that can be bursted down. And again, once Carrie does not get caught out or she disengages using that battle spell, yes, she's giving up some utility, but I think overall they would be able to capitalize off of that. But speaking of capitalizing, there's a looking for a Fatal Links, but he's not going to go in. A conceal play goes in. Iron Hook misses, and that's good news for the Knots because he hasn't been missing those quite often.
That's like playing basketball and hitting an air ball or throwing the ball behind the rim, behind the backboard. But you're going to see the Iron Hook finally connect. Mitsuri is going to take down Martis, so he was able to make the most out of the situation regardless. So overall, still a great job for the side of ZenxLotus. But you are going to go ahead and see them slowly making their way up the map. You are seeing the Knots kind of in a situation where they can't be too aggressive. They do not have the numbers. 15 minutes in, respawn timers are getting higher as well, and everything is getting a little bit more hectic. You're looking at a map bleeding blue right now for the side of the Knots, and they're trying to remain, as Rim would say, untangled. And the question is, does ZenxLotus have what it does to untangle them? I think this is what we call an entanglement.
I mean, it is an entanglement, of course, right? We're seeing them both kind of battle it out, testing the waters a little bit, but I do like the patience coming in from both sides right now, using Wakatoshi and these Iron Hooks to check these bushes, whereas a tank like Franco, him face checking a bush is something that can backfire on him pretty easily, right? But speaking of backfire, Durza going for the backline.
Is providing some great frontline pressure. You are going to see Martis start making work on this Lord. You are seeing some great zonage, forcing ZenxLotus out of the Lord pit. Chewy's at about half HP, now not in a position to be able to take the Lord, but is this the chance for ZenxLotus to be able to get a pick off since they can't take this Lord on the overextension? Immortality has been proc. Fatal Link's going down. Flame rushing in. Find Sakura. You are going to see Faithful find Mitsuri. Martis claims the Lord, and Faithful takes down Jay. All members stand strong, stand tall for the side of the Knots, and they now have a Luminous Lord in their favor. But Phantom's Executioner from Chewy's trying to find some positivity in this despair, but looks like nothing worked in their favor in that engagement.
Man, I have to give credits again. Faithful Miracle, right? He did secure that Rose Gold Meteor, and I mentioned the item pathing that we're going to see from this Hanabi in the draft, which is just making its impact be more beneficial, right? We're seeing, again, this Arlot going in, securing that kill, Weezy, and the Nas is looking to put an end to this game.
That's right, looking to put an end to the game, trying to tie the knot even tighter. You are going to see two high ground turrets fall. You are going to see Martis take down Wakatoshi. Lord still standing tall. Sakura is going to find a kill. Shuts down Faithful. Down goes the Lord. And now ZenxLotus needs to clear these minions. Needs to force the Knots out of their base. Sakura picks up a double. Takes down Flame alongside that Faithful when he got that kill as well. But you're still looking at a solid defense. They were able to hold them off, which means now the Knots has to rethink their strategy. But overall, they're able to claim all of the inhibitor turrets in the base for ZenxLotus, which means with this next Lord spawning in, it's going to be very hard to defend.
Absolutely right. And I think what happens is the Knots, they need to be a little more patient. I do think they did a good job at opening up the base, yes, but it's to open the base is one thing, and to end and close out the game is a whole different strategy, and that requires patience, that requires agility, and you need a solid game plan. You need to focus on who you're going to target. You have to all think in unison, right? It has to be one mind. And speaking of being in one mind here, Durza going in.
That's right, the hive mentality right now for the Knots, moving together collectively for these fights, and that's what you have to do this late in the game, and that'll help them have the numbers for these skirmishes. But when you group together so heavily, it kind of causes a little bit of an issue on zonage control of the lanes. But Mitsuri is going to take down Durza. Faithful is going to find Wakatoshi. Huge battle in the jungle. Mitsuri picks up a double, finds Flame. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Wakatoshi on the Franco for ZenxLotus falling, but able to take down the Roam Durza alongside the XP lane Flame on the Arlot. And still, that is definitely going to work in ZenxLotus' favor.
Absolutely right. We're heading into that 20-minute mark. We've officially entered that late game stage. Carrie, she has secured all of her core items right now, but she's still missing out on some of that magic defense. So what I expect from the Knots right now, Nana, she has the penetration, she has the burst. That's who she has to try to prioritize with that Melina Blitz, right? Again, we're seeing the Hanabi. She did option out to sell that Rose Gold Meteor to get some more physical penetration, sorry, with that penetration item there, but there goes a bloody hunt.
And Mitsuri picking up a kill, takes down Daizu to follow up. Jay with the flicker in, chases down Faithful, may be able to pick up the kill, but on the opposing side, you are going to see the 4-man of ZenxLotus trying to defend on this Lord. Immortality has been procced by Durza. Faithful is going to find Jay off of screen, and the Lord is going to go to the Knot. Retribution working inside of Martis' favor, but you are going to see a kill go over to Chewy's as he was able to take down Martis. But with this Lord in play, in favor for the Knots, this is going to deny ZenxLotus being able to push in to close this out. So this is what I'd probably call a stalemate, as they don't have the numbers, but they do have a Lord on their side to be able to protect them.
Absolutely right, but we're seeing Durza potentially looking for something here. His presence alone is scaring off the members of ZenxLotus right now, but we're seeing them going in, dishing out some heavy damage here.
Keep your eyes on Durza. Does have the fatal links. Is going to connect for 2. The suppression, though, for the response. Lord at about a quarter of HP. Able to burst it down with little to no problem. But their HP is falling very low. Flame takes out Sakura. Chewy finds Faithful. Nexus is about half HP. Jay is going to take down Durza. And this is overall a wonderful defense from ZenxLotus to push back the Knots yet again, untangling this tie that they have formed in this 21-minute match.
Absolutely, Weasley. It's not looking like a Knot anymore. You know, they found the right combination to kind of even it out right now. And again, I mentioned, right, the power of Mitsuki here on this carry, and she's having a really, really good game right now. All Franco needs is to land an Iron Hook, which he's had no problems doing, and he could burst them down, but a Bloody Hunt goes down.
Mitsuri is going to take down Martis. You are going to see Daizu trying to get out of there, left by himself. He has Flame, who's not going to be able to back him up as he's on the top side, but you got to go back, buddy. You got to go back. You are seeing Faithful spawn in. They do have their marksmen to be able to clear. Looks like the Iron Hook's not able to connect, and now it looks like they're forcing them out of their base, but this is still anybody's game. Only sitting with 2 base crystals for the Knots and stripped down to the core for ZenxLotus.
Now, it's good that ZenxLotus has been able to not only defend, but they're putting back up a fight, right? And the composition definitely allows them to do that. And I like the path that they're going right now. They're ready on these follow-ups for whether Franco goes in with that Bloody Hunt or even the Iron Hook, right? I did mention some of his weaknesses before, but the moment he lands one of those, the full team of ZenxLotus is just ready to answer and follow up on top of that. And now it's playing off better overall, right? Because when you have that initial burst going down, then you have the additional sustainability from the Cult Altar as well. Adding on top of that, and again, Chewy's on this Lancelot has been playing it very, very well in terms of his positioning and his targeting. He's going for that back line. He has the items at his disposal, but another Bloody Hunt goes down.
And the suppression, Mitsuri for the denial is going to take down Durza. The power of carry 10, 3, and 3. Lord still sitting strong. Iron Hook not connected by Wakatoshi. A game of the wall wiggle entertainment. Deku, gotta go ahead and quote my man right there, as you are seeing both teams playing passive, realizing all that is on the line right now, as this is definitely a game changer. Flame taken down by Mitsuri, picking up yet another kill in the Lord Pit, changing his name to Misery, as that is what he's causing for the Knots right now. You are seeing Martis rush in, though. He is very sustainable, has a lot of HP, but it looks like the Lord may go into the hands of ZenxLotus, as they have forced the Knots out of the pit.
Absolutely right, and it's clear who won this segment of the Wall Wiggle Entertainment right now, as they were able to secure that Lord for the side of ZenxLotus. Now they're gonna go ahead and reset and prep for this Lord, and really, I do think they're in a very, very good position to end right now. Again, looking at some of the itemizations, we're seeing Hanabi actually, she's swapping out some of her items. She did pick up that immortality, which I think is gonna help and carry. You heard me, girl. You really heard me. I'm happy to see that Athena's shield being slotted in. Now she's really unstoppable, right? Because she has the mitigation for that, the magic burst coming in, and she also has some of that sustainability with the lifesteal of items as well that she does have built in. But speaking of things being built in, this is a lord built by the lords themselves, and it's crashing into this mid lane.
That's right. And speaking of building, the anticipation is building up, wondering which way this is gonna go. The Knots, who did have the match in their favor, now may be untangled, as you are seeing ZenxLotus slowly make their way into the base, but not with a Luminous Lord, as the Knots was able to burst it down. Mitsuri is gonna be able to claim the high ground turret for the top side, but again, yet another stalemate for both sides of the table, and now they are all stripped of turrets. They're sitting with only their base crystals, their backs against the walls, and a hope and a dream. And the question is, who can dream a little bit bigger 25 minutes in?
Absolutely right. And so far, it's definitely going in the favor of ZenxLotus. They're doing a pretty good job at getting the games, the cards that they were dealt into their own favor, right? But and that's the thing, you can't hate the player. It's the game, and they're playing a really good game right now. And like I mentioned before, it's all coming down to the power of this carry right now, right? And Sakura with this Paramesis Cold Altar, what the Knots has to do right now, Flame as that EXP laner, he is the one that has to kind of bait out some of these utilities coming in for the side of ZenxLotus, right? We're not seeing that happening. Well, so far, Durza on this Atlas, when he goes in for that Fatal Links, he's the one baiting out those utilities. But I mentioned before, once he doesn't have that Fatal Links at his disposal, he's good as dead, right? They're sending the Octopus back underwater where he really belongs. And we've seen that happening constantly with Wakatoshi when he does land an Iron Hook or a Bloody Hunt. We're seeing Mitsuri there ready to follow up, and if the side of the Knots does decide to, you know, offer some engagement, they're one member short regardless. So Flame has to put some pressure on that back line. He has to kind of kite around that map and get into a position where he's behind the side of ZenxLotus, so they could ambush them from two different positions instead of one, right? I do understand that they're roaming together right now, but so far that has not been working for them. They have to switch it up, and if he can get behind them and use that final slash to potentially get some of the members from ZenxLotus out of position, that's going to be that glimmer of hope that the Knots need to stay tied. But Dozer is going in for some contests right now.
That's right. Speaking of glimmer of hope, Durza, realizing they're going for that Lord, rushed in, does have the Fatal Links for a possible set, but now the concealed play opted in from ZenxLotus. Do we see a Bloody Hunt on the way? This is all on Wakatoshi, not going to connect with the Iron Hook. The suppression does connect, though, onto Durza, but canceled out. Chewy's with the Retribution secures the Lord for ZenxLotus, but who will secure the kills? The Lord may not even matter with how late this game is and how long the respawn timer is. You are going to see the Thorn Rose go down. Daizu finds Wakatoshi. Mitsuri finds Faithful. Mitsuri finds Martis. Daizu takes down Jay. Flame finds Mitsuri. Immortality has been procced onto Sakura. Sakura does find Flame in the middle of that Immortality being procced as well. Two members standing strong for both sides. Durza and Daizu versus Sakura and Chewy's with a Luminous Lord making his way to the base. Durza trying to do everything he can, trying to delay the Lord from making his way into the base crystal. Lord at about a quarter of HP. Sakura, Chewy, very low.
Oh, wow.
May not be able to close this out. They do not have the minions, but they are staying in. But an advantage that works for the Knots is they can go back and they can get their health and continue to fight. They have the pressure to be able to delay these minions, but they have a long respawn timer before their teammates get back. Daizu finds Chewy's, overextending, overstaying their welcome, and with these minions now making the way in, an unfortunate turn of events for ZenxLotus, not able to close it out, and yet again, a battle of ping pong. The Knots able to tighten up the knot a little bit stronger, and ZenxLotus now needing to find a way to turn this back around in their favor.
Absolutely right. And again, it's like I mentioned, the Nuts. Great defense coming in from them. Speaking of defense, we're seeing items being swapped out left and right. And at this point in the game, you can afford to do that. It's all going to be based on situation and circumstances here. We're seeing Faramis go in for more of that burst damage. He did secure that Blood Wings for some additional sustainability, as well as a boost in magic damage coming in here. I do like that flame on his Arlak. He only has those 2 penetration items, and he's building in some defense, and we did see him swap out for that Queen's Wings as well. So he's looking to fly and make something happen with some of the additional sustainability that he does have. And something I also want to mention, I'm seeing Martis with that Winter Truncheon being slotted in, so I know that's going to be a very type of situational outplay type moment when he does opt in to go for that item, right? So again, the Knots, right? We saw it happen a little bit in that last Lord fight. Again, Flame, he has to be the one to sort of bait out some of these utilities. He has to be the one to catch them out of position, to disrupt some of that synergy, right? The positioning from the Knots, they're all sticking to one side, and that's where ZenxLotus is having them beat, because they're ambushing from different angles. And I'm shocked that the Knots haven't, picked up on that. Looking at these setups right now, there's 2 people from ZenxLotus on the top side, and then look at Franco and Faramis' positioning down below. So if they do decide to go for an engage, it's like, where will the Knots run? But on the other side of the table, if ZenxLotus engages, they know where the Knots are, because they're all sticking together. And yes, that hive mentality can help you, but overall, you need to create some openings here.
Speaking of openings, looks like Zenx is waiting for the perfect moment to rush in. Down goes the concealed play. Iron Hook not connecting again. Throwing the basketball behind the backboard. But a 3-man stack inside of that bush. 2-man stack. They may be able to get the set. The suppression does go down from the Bloody Hunt. Finds Faithful, the marksman. A huge objective. Focusing on the back line. But the Fatal links for the response. Alter does go out. You are going to see Martis take down Chewy's. Mitsuri finds Martis. Mitsuri finds Faithful for a double kill. Wakatoshi is going to take down Flame. You are going to see a lot of members falling. Daizu and Durza, the dynamic duo, again, sitting together. But this time, fighting 3 members of ZenxLotus, slowly making their way down to their base. Not even worried about pushing in this Lord. Are going to go in for a possible finish.
I mean, they can, because this time they have that push potential with Mitsuki there on the board with this carry. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see a base lock here, Rizzy.
And speaking of locked on with the Iron Hook, Durza finds Mitsuri, takes down the marksman. A power play! That is exactly what you needed to do, but is that going to be able to delay them from pushing in, as you are seeing a full stack of minions from the mid and the top side? But Co-Alter activated. Sakura trying to hold them off. Wakatoshi trying to be able to close this out, but again, similar situation, overstaying their welcome, forced out of the base of the Knots. Durza low, Sakura low, neither one gonna fall. And a blast from the past, and what we seen exactly a minute and 30 seconds ago. The Knots able to stand strong and force ZenxLotus out of their base when they had a Luminous Lord in their favor.
Absolutely right. It just goes to show this decision making here, and I think it's commendable that they still tried, to find that ending and end the game instead of going for this Lord. But now you've put the Knots in the position where they're the ones that can potentially go for it, as they do have the number advantage right now. But look at Lapu Lapu in the stop side.
Yeah, looking at Jay, solid positioning. Is going to go ahead and cut this lane to force Arlott away from the team. Realize the utility that he provides, but Flame on the chase, tries to get a kill. Now panning over to the Lord at about a quarter of HP. Durza providing a frontline presence, needs to stop Chewy's from getting in. Fatal links for that stun! That is all they needed! And you are going to see Marta secure the retribution. A great read from the roam on the Knots as Flame secures a kill. Is going to go ahead and take down Sakura.
Man, but that is still a Faramis, so thankfully, if that was any other mage, really, the Knots would have potentially been able to end this game out with this Lord push right now. But thanks to that passive that he does have at his disposal, he's able to be back like he never left and remind us of how important he is, right? I'm not sure if that Cult Altar is going to be up for this Lord engage, but we're seeing ZenxLotus stall out its pathing as it goes down that mid lane. We're seeing Martis making his way back. The team of the Knots is all grouped up and they're ready to end this game once and for all.
Now they don't have the lane sync, so they're gonna go risk it all in the mid. You're gonna see the Fatal Links connect. Mitsuri is gonna take down Durza. Flame finds Mitsuri. Chewy finds Flames. Members dropping left and right for both sides, but who will be able to win the skirmish as the Lord has made his way into the base. Crystal, is this the ending? Can the Knots do a full Windsor on ZenxLotus and close this out? Ladies and gentlemen, the Knots has done it and claimed game 1 of the second series today against ZenxLotus.
Man, and it's like I mentioned, right? The prioritization coming in from these team fights definitely depended on what the EXP laners were able to dish out. Whoever targeted that back line a lot more is really what made a difference in those team fights, right? And speaking of making a difference in team fights, something that we haven't really seen, Weezy a Mage, this Nana, being able to do exceptionally well in this match, securing that MVP. We did see in terms of itemization, did opt in for that cooldown route and full burst, opting in to sell that boots. And that's something that I'm seeing on also the Hanabi as well, selling out that boots for an additional damage item, right? And again, I like that it's the Rose Gold Meteor boosting onto her passive, as well as giving her some additional sustainability up against some of the bursts that was coming in from the side of ZenxLotus, right? Looking at some of the statistics right now, Mitsuri being reflected in that KDA, as well as that tower damage being across the board for both gold laners, right? Both mages having a chunk of that damage, which is what you expect, especially when they were going for that burst route. And I do like, again, looking at the team fight participation coming in from this side of the Knots here, right? It showed into their composition. They had something like the Atlas, and they played into ZenX having to group up with this Cult Altar ultimate coming in from this Faramis here. So good game being played from both sides. Honestly, it was an amazing game 1 to watch.
Yeah, definitely an amazing game 1, and that was a 34-minute game, guys. Sheesh, talk about a great start. Don't go anywhere, as we're going to be jumping into the second match momentarily, and let us know who you think will take it. Honestly, it was either side, and that just goes to show a team like the Knots, formerly known as Suevo, one of the best teams in the MLSA, has possibly met their match, and I can't wait to see where the second match for the second series takes us. We'll be right back.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, they been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel 50 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me. That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. An amazing match between the Knots and ZenxLotus for the first match of the second series. Man, that was a long game. It was 34 minutes.
Long is an understatement. It was long. It was back and forth. But the Knot Wizzy, thankfully, is still in place, right? It's still tied. It's still secure. It's slackened a little bit, and it had me what would happen. But man, it was a beautiful game played overall from both teams. And speaking of games, we're heading into game 2. And honestly, with the fight back coming in from ZenxLotus, Wizzy, we might even see a game 3 here.
Yeah, I know, right? And that's what I'm hoping. I hate seeing sweeps, and I don't like seeing one-sided stories, but I'll tell you something that I do like seeing is both of these teams putting everything on the line, playing their hearts out, and I got to admire their passion and also their attention to detail, right? It's not easy to go to a 35-minute game, and that just goes to show, we kind of asked the question in the beginning of this series, what were teams doing while NACT was active, right? Were they playing? Were they practicing? Were they getting ready for the next event? And I think me and you both can agree that both of these teams are ready for the next NACT.
Well, I mean, to say that might be a lie, right? Because I'm very close with the Knots. And what they've been doing off of NACT, they've been grinding Genshin Impact, Weezy. Okay, so maybe taking a break has been healthy for them. They've been very competitive in the MLSA as well as NACT. So sometimes breaks are healthy. And I think once they had that time to, be a little bit more casual, they're still coming back in and they're strong, So I think building synergy, as long as they're building synergy as a team, whether that's in MLBB or some other avenue, as long as they're still keeping that connection and, building that synergy with your team and becoming more oriented, more family oriented, it shows in your gameplay. And it's like they never left, Weezy. It's like they've been playing consistently since.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely couldn't tell, especially with that performance, that 34-minute game, and looked like they were going to lose it. But, how kind of Deku said in the chat and kind of our own opinions too, you can definitely see that Huevo in them.
For sure.
Definitely coming alive. As they were one of the teams when their backs were against the wall, when it looked like they were not going to win and they had nothing but a base crystal behind them, they're able to drag a game out and somehow find a way to turn it around. And that is exactly what we've seen. So now jumping into the second match of the second series for today, ZenxLotus needs to find a way to close out the game. There was multiple moments when they had the slight advantage, but they were not able to follow through with a great plan, and they were not able to match the defense with the offensive pressure needed to close out the game. And speaking of the game, already halfway through the draft, you are going to see the Fredrin slotted for the first pick for ZenxLotus.
And it's a good first pick, right? We did see it played off in some of the previous series before. They did opt in to go for the tank slot in the previous game, but it did well. But I feel like the Fredrin overall, something that we're all more used to seeing. And speaking of things that we're used to seeing more recently, courtesy of the current patch, this alpha being priored for the side of the Knots. Right now, I do like this jungler matchup. I think both of them have the ability to give that CC, to give that pressure and that contest potential for these neutral objectives, right? But we're going to see on the side of the Knots prio their gold lane pick, and they're going to go ahead and secure this Beatrix for their gold laner.
Yeah, going to go ahead and pick up that Beatrix, a marksman that can scale through time, has a little bit of every weapon type at her disposal, the AoE damage, the, Renner's empathy to be able to snipe from afar, and the Namir's passion for the conal damage as well. But when you look at Fredrin, also a hero that provides a lot of utility. He has the energy eruption, a walking petrify. He also has the sustainability as a tank, and he also has the retribution to be able to secure those neutral objectives. And now looking at Juan being slotted for ZenxLotus, topped off with that Lapu that is going to be the XP lane and the marksman exposed for ZenxLotus. In response back, you are going to see the Knots pick up the Dairoth, and you know who they have on their team? They have Flame. And Flame, for those who don't know, I believe he used to be a Dairoth Supreme player for the United States. So if you thought his Arlot was scary, get ready for his Dairoth.
I would even consider his Dairoth to be like my Odette, right? It's just as scary. Once you see that be locked in, you know that it's going to be something that you have to fear. Because when I go down with that Swan song, Weezy, you know what happens. savage. It's either for me or my team. But speaking of things that's savage, this one, a hero that can also potentially get a savage, right? And she has to play into that late game. And I do like that she's going up against Faithful on this Beatrix. We saw him on the Hanabi, I think it was, in the game before. So now having a marksman like this Wan again, playing into that late game, and you're giving her some frontline presence already with this alpha. Like, he's literally has to dive into your team. So does Flame on this Durant. Even though it was a counter pick for Jay on the EXP lane, I still do think that it works out in favor for helping Wan get some of those weakness points off. So I do think overall, in terms of like the first draft, prioing their side laners instead of their mid laners that you saw in the draft in the previous game. But I feel like I would still give it to the side of the Knots, only because of their dynamic drafting. You still don't know what they're going to pick up here, Weezy.
Now, it's interesting because when you're looking at both these compositions and you lay them out, the Knots, right? You have Flame is one in that comfort pick. He's going to be nice, early, and aggressive. We've seen him get online with the R-Lot super early for his team to pave that way for the early game, and now he's picking an even earlier hero, the Dire, out to be able to do that a little bit more effectively. But when I look at their composition, they have more of a straight-up dive in and attack composition. When you look at ZenxLotus, they have more of a team fight-oriented composition. They're going to play together. They're going to get a stun with Lapu. He's going to soak up that damage, possibly get a stun with the energy eruption from Fredrin, and then wait for Wan to get alive with that crossbow Tang. But a direct answer for the Wan, and this is something that the Knots is known for, is having answers for what's happening on the opposing side of the draft. You pick up this Estus, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, to negate the damage that comes out from the crossbow Tang.
Absolutely right. But speaking of something to be a good response, I love the Lilia pick, right? Another mage that we haven't really been seeing walk quite often, not because she's banned, but because there's usually some prio options to her. Now the combination between the Lilia and the Grok, Lilia on her own, she already is one of the queens of dominating that mid lane and that early game wave clear. Now pairing her up with Wakatoshi, another hero that can also open up potential to get some sets on her side. I do think that is a really good combo, especially since Lilia and her Clumes there. She can also build in that necklace to help mitigate some of that healing that's going to be coming in from this Estes as well, right? And honestly, I think it's a really good pick overall, because looking at the composition from Knots right now, they're basically a sustained composition, right? The Alpha is known for having some sustain to him. The Roth, he has some sustain in his passive. And then you have Estes, whose main job is to sustain, right? But I do think it's a really good and safe option there in that mid lane. I would like to potentially see her swap out that Flicker for something like Purify. I do think that might be a little bit better for her. But we're going to see that mid lane matchup be completed by Daizu locking in this Gord. And Weezy, this is not the first time we've seen her on this Gord.
Yeah, I really want to see how this kind of plays out, right? I mean, they picked up the Gord, not something you typically see. Shout out to my boy Naisu, the local or global Gord out there in the Philippines. But anyway, looking at the draft so far, it's interesting, right? If I break down the Knots and I look at what they have going on for themselves, I think I'm going to call it the X Factor, because they are running a composition you don't typically see. But when I look at ZenxLotus, that's more of your standard composition, the bread and butter that we've seen work time and time again. So if I have to give a favor in draft for this match, I'm going to have to go to ZenxLotus. I just like what utility each player or each hero slotted provides when it comes to taking these objectives. But something I can't discredit is Flame. Running on this Dairoth, we've seen him dominate on the R-Lot, and this is his comfort pick, a global or supreme Dairoth for the United States, and he's going to show you just exactly how he earned that title.
Absolutely right. I do like that he's doing two things right now, Weezy. He's helping dish out some of that damage so the jungler can farm a little bit faster, but he's also getting some of his passive up so he can have the upper edge and with this initial engage here in that EXP lane. But we already see this out of ZenxLotus doing that new rotation where you have that mage and your exp laner proxy in that first wave, and we saw them already forcing out that recall on the flame, which kind of answers what he was doing prior to that, right? So I do like that rotation coming in. It sets you up for a good early game in terms of the rotations that you can potentially succeed here. And speaking of things being successful, they're already forcing out another recall onto Wakatoshi on the opposing side.
Yeah, you're seeing some early aggression from both of these teams. Only 1 minute in, Flame almost fell on that top side with that duo rotation. Kind of caught him off guard, but he was able to sustain himself. So we got to see how this kind of plays out. And I think that was a good move from ZenxLotus, right? You know that Dairoth's going to be a little too much to handle for the Lapu Lapu, especially this early. But when you kind of top it off and you rotate up there with him, that's what's caught Flame off guard. And he wanted the 1v1, but make it a 1v2, and it changes the narrative. Is even though Dairoth is an early game XP lane, you're looking at a Lilia, right? Lilia is one of the queens when it comes to early game for the mid lane, and she can definitely make you pay with the power of those glooms with that burst magic.
Absolutely right. And speaking of burst, she is going to have a lot of that now that she's getting that level 4. Once that black shoes kicks in and she's able to get that reset, she is going to be well off. But speaking of things being well off, here we see first turtle contest has begun.
That's right, and now the dance has began. You're going to see Chewy secure it. Mystic Gush from afar from Daizu. Blessed the Moon Goddess going out from Durzid. Flame secures first blood. Sakura going to take down Alpha. Chewy takes down Flame. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor for ZenxLotus.
And that's what they need in this game, right? They have some of that more dominance early game pressure in terms of their composition and overall burst damage. The Lilia, she does have more burst per second compared to Daizu on this board right now. And looking at some of the compositions coming in, we're seeing Beatrix, she's going to secure that Blade of Despair as soon as possible. 1-1. Also opting in to get a little bit more of that physical defense going up against this Beatrix, who does have an easier time scaling as well. So we're just seeing a little bit of minorities in terms of components and itemization being built in on both sides. But speaking of things being on side here, there's only one side receiving a lot of pressure and attention right now, Weezy, and that's focusing more so on this gold lane.
That's right, a lot of presence in the gold lane. Both teams protecting the ADC. Looking at Flame, gonna go ahead and get that farm, try and have the slight advantage, but Jay, playing it safe, realizes exactly what role he has to play with the Lapu Lapu. You can't push out, you can't fight the Dairoth one-on-one, and this is where you kind of see teams of a lower caliber make that mistake, and a player like Flame will definitely make you pay for it. But overall, a good start for both sides. You are going to see Alpha checking the bush. Mystic Gush goes down. Alpha charge for the knockup. Nuri's Passion from Faithful. Miracle over there. Blessing the Moon Goddess to keep the team alive, and that's something we have to look at as well. But on the top side, Jay is going to find Flame with the assistance of Chewy's.
Man, and that's what you said, right? Having that 2v1 situation is definitely where he falls off. But I like the rotations that I'm seeing coming in from the side of the Knots right now. They're helping Miracle get online, and I like that in these previous games we've been seeing these teams put a lot of focus in that gold lane. But speaking of focus, both teams shifting theirs to the second neutral objective.
That's right, trying to take this Lord, the Turtle. The first one went to ZenxLotus. Can they get another? As you are seeing Alpha in a great position, but Chewy's secures it. Wild charge for the triple knockup. Huge play. Momentum swinging in favor for ZenxLotus, taking the second Turtle with no problem.
And I think that's usually the case when you do lock in something like that support for your roam position, especially when you're going up against a set tank, whether that's like the Kufa, the Atlas, or even the Grok, as we see Wakatoshi right now having some good wild charges, right? But Daizu, she just picked up the Ice Queen wand, and again, the amount of utility that's going to be coming in, not only from her picking up that item, but Gord's passive. Every time that true damage procs, he also adds some slows coming in as well. So I do like that, what they have going for them in terms of combo potential right now. But speaking of combo potential, I'm seeing a lot of skills being used out here, but Miracle is alone, and she's kind of getting outnumbered right now. So if I was her, I would potentially play safe, give up this tower, because it's not worth giving your life for.
Yeah, definitely having to play safe for both teams. You are going to see Jay still holding strong on the top side, but on the bottom side, Mitsuri is going to claim the first turret for ZenxLotus.
Man, and again, it's like the story of both gold laners right now. Whichever one can get that comfortability as this game scales on is going to be way more impactful throughout this game now. Speaking of impact,
battle in the mid-river. Flame is going to rush in with the Vism Strike, not able to connect, but Wakatoshi falls. Blessing of the Moon Goddess from Durza, keeping the team alive. Appraiser's Wrath, but Durza flickers away. Sakura takes down Flame. Bravest Fighter raising slash. Jay with the flicker in. Tries to take down Durza. Chewy finds Alpha. You're going to see 2 members fall for the Knots. Right now, 5-2. ZenxLotus leading in kills, but Chewy's still in the mid lane, taking some damage. Now going to rotate out, but on the top side, Faithful by himself trying to claim these minions in a possible turret, as you are seeing Mitsuri now joining to kind of deny this turret from being pushed in. Sakura on his backside.
absolutely right, and I like that rotation coming in from the side of ZenxLotus right there, because if that was a 1v1 situation, I do believe that Miracle would have been able to take that tower there in that top side. And again, the fact that she's still up there proxying that lane, denying that push potential from Miracle, just really goes to show how synced these players are in terms of the things that they're giving up for free and the things that they're actually fighting for. And I do love when teams focus a bit more on securing some of their objectives, right? But speaking of objectives,
Dies with the Mystic Gush is going to find Mitsuri, takes down the marksman for ZenxLotus. 3-5, still down in terms of kills, 7 minutes in. But you are looking at the first turret still in the hands of ZenxLotus, and the Knots needing to find a way to take map control. Darcy the knock up, taunt, Durza needing to get away, not able to. Chewy's is going to take him down. Guardian's Barrier trapped, and Faithful is going to dash out, but Chewy's dashes in. Appraiser's Wrath not able to connect as Miracle flickers out just in time. Sakura joining the battle, trying to do some damage. Black boots out of there, and it looks like they are able to escape that engagement where the numbers were not in their favor. But wait a minute. Alpha rushes in with the charge, gets a knock up on the Chewies. There goes the crossbow Tang. Down goes Alpha. Mitsuri picking up that kill.
man, and that's what she needs, right? She definitely has to scale up on this 1-1, and the more kills and assists that she can get at her disposal, the better it is for her. She already secured 2 of her core items, and she's building into that 3rd right now, which is, in comparison to this Beatrix, all she has is that Blade of Despair. But speaking of being in despair here, a lot of damage being dished out for this mid lane tower.
And a possible taking of an objective, as you are seeing Mitsuri make work for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, able to claim it. Chewy's on the top side, going to be able to take that as well. Left unchecked, and now the map is screaming blue for ZenxLotus.
And I think that's also credits to the draft, right? I do think they have a little bit more of that standard engage, but I don't want to count Knots out just yet. I think as this game goes on, some of the utility in their composition is really going to have the potential to outshine as they look to go in on Jay here in this bot side.
That's right. Jay in a bad situation is going to be forced back. Turret has been claimed from the Knots, but a trade in effect, as you are going to see ZenxLotus with Chewy's secure this Lord.
And again, they're playing such a good game in comparison to what happened last game. They're taking their early game a little bit slower and intentionally, but Flame
is going to find himself in an early grave 3v1 situation, not even able to get that Abysm strike off in time as the numbers were not in his favor. And this is a similar pattern that I'm starting to notice with him. I mean, when we saw his R-Lot, he was on that top side fighting 2 or 3 members by himself again, and he found himself in the same predicament. So not really sure if that was the right decision, especially when you are having this Lord pushing his way on the bottom side. But now looking at ZenxLotus in a great position to claim some more of these turrets on the map.
Absolutely right, and we're seeing a lot of engage. And this is the thing about ZenxLotus. They attack you from so much different angles. It's just like, but where do I disengage from if I'm on the opposing side? And that's what the Knots need to try and kind of tie in to their engages here. They could even use the opportunity to capitalize a little bit because of that displacement that's going to be coming in from the members of ZenxLotus. But speaking of them coming in,
Yeah, you are seeing Zinx in a great position, able to claim both tier 2 turrets in the bottom and the top. Crossbow Tang goes out, not able to find a member. Daizu takes down Wakatoshi, but ZenxLotus came in for what they were looking for. They were able to secure more of these turrets, and now shifting focus to the top side. Flame rushing in to clear these minions with the Abysm Strike. Chewies wraps around. Minions still in favor for ZenX, and they're able to take that turret, forcing the Knots back to the base.
absolutely right. And I want to just take a minute to Daizu there on this gourd. Usually, as the mage, your main target is usually trying to get that ADC, right? But going up against this 1-1, it's hard to catch her. She does have some of that mobility coming in from the dashes, courtesy of her passive, right? And she opted in to go for that wind talker, and I like it because it helps her get some of those weakness points a little bit faster. And we saw her having some more crossbow attacks than most 1-1s that I've seen in recent times, right? But in terms of some itemizations here that can offer a little bit more utility, Lilia, she did go in for that Genius Wand as well as that Ice Cream Wand. So she has some of that additional slows coming in, as well as that spike and magic penetration, which is going to boost her overall damage dealt. Now, I want to see her pick up that necklace. I know it may be overkill because we're seeing some dominance eyes being built in from the roamer as well as that EXP laner. But when they're not there, she is a poke mage, right? And as long as she can keep some of that poke at a sustainable amount with that necklace of endurance, is going to definitely help deny some of that sustainability that's going to be coming in from the side of the Knots. Because if you notice, they're getting some damage dealt, but all Estes has to do is pop his heal, and then you have the favor from that roam passive to just go ahead and top them back off. But a failed wild charge.
Yeah, a short wild charge at that. Chewies is going to go ahead and take the Lord. Jay going to find Durza 2 answers into the hands of ZenxLotus. No trades on the back end from the Knots.
And again, they can't afford to find a trade right now. Their roamer has been taken off of the board. And again, just as one of the disadvantages that you face when you do decide to run a support as your roamer. Yes, overall, he boosts their sustainability, but you can't really sustain if you're dead, right? And looking at ZenxLotus right now, they have a tanky roamer in the roam position, but they also have someone who's also a very tanky and has that sustainability as well in their jungle position. And not only that, they also have someone who can do the same thing with a little bit more damage in their EXP lane, right? And that's the thing, they have so much different engage and sustain coming in, and that's where the Knots are lacking.
And speaking of the Knots, able to withstand this Lord, but lost this turret on the bottom side. Definitely not working in the favor as the base has been cracked in, and ZenxLotus is knocking on the door for a victory, trying to even out this series. Mitsuri is going to take the inhibitor for the mid side. Wild charge for the knockup. A huge momentum for ZenxLotus to close this out. You are going to see Wakatashi fall to Daizu. Chewies is going to find Faithful Miracle. Is going to take down Beatrix. Sakura finds Durza. Oh my goodness, Daizu going to drop a bomb onto Mitsuri for the mega kill. That is the gourd at its finest. Immortality being procced on Chewies. Not going to be able to get out of there. The stun too much to handle, and the numbers way too much for him to deal with. They're going to force ZenxLotus out the base, but they lost 2 inhibitor turrets in the process.
Absolutely right. They may have lost some towers, but you can tell that they still have that hope. They haven't lost hope just yet, and they're still fighting back. And yes, their base is still open, but they do have the capabilities of turning these team fights around, right? We did see them force out some of that disengage right now. And again, I have to comment some of the combos coming in from the side of ZenxLotus in this match. Good follow-ups with the wild charges, but again, the Knots, they have an answer for it. Once you dive in that deep, especially you're under the base crystal, right? So that's like a 6v5 in that situation. And then you have some of the sustainability that's going to be coming in as well. So I do like that the Knots aren't really rushing in at this point. They're waiting for the engage to happen and then they're reacting on it. And that's what they have to do this time around. Flame is on this Dorad this time, so he's not able to be as much of a backline pressure. He has to depend on them to make themselves come in range, because the moment that the Knots plays out of position, that's just going to give Mitsuri a crossbow attack, and that could scream trouble for the side of the Knots. And it looks like they're just going to go ahead and give this Lord as they go in defense mode.
That's right, able to claim this Lord with no contest. Scratching my head right now on what the strategy was for the Knots. Not able to find a way into the Lord pit. 16 minutes in, Lord making his way down the mid lane, and only one inhibitor to defend for the Knots. You are looking at ZenxLotus having a strong composition. The later this game goes, the stronger Durza's heals will be, but without somebody to be able to soak up all of that damage, it is going to be a problem, as the odds are not in their favor, as we are seeing a battle slowly making its way into the base for the Knots. Are we going to see ZenxLotus close this out and tie this series?
We're seeing a really good defense already coming in from the side of the Knots. They're proxying these lanes quite well, but we see a lot of damage going in. Wanwan has a crossbow attack unlocked, but she's not going to be able to capitalize off of it again, courtesy a good defense. But Wakatoshi, he does have that flicker back up, and he's really been finding some good flicker wild charts at COBZ.
Right, and ZenxLotus trying to find a way to close this out. They are going to keep their foot on the gas, putting everything on the line. Daizu takes down Wakatashi. Unstoppable. Miracle is going to find Jay, living up to the name, exactly what the Knots needed. A Miracle, able to take down 2 members from ZenxLotus on the over-aggressive play for the siege of the turret on the top side.
And again, you have to really scale properly when you're going to engage and do a tower dive, right? Usually when that happens, you see, okay, so your roamer goes in, then you have your EXP laner dive out. But then at that point, the roamer has to disengage, so you can kind of share the damage that's coming in from the tower. But unfortunately, that's not what's happening right now. They're putting all of their eggs in one basket, and when there's a hole in that basket, the eggs are just cracked and there's no response for that. And that's what's giving the Knots this upper edge right now, right? We're seeing these engages and these follow-ups, but they have no more disengage left, and that's where the sustainability, it really shines, coming in from the side of the Knots here with the Zestus pick.
I mean, if any team knows about eggs being cracked, it's definitely the Knots, right?
Definitely.
But yeah, I mean, looking at the game so far, 18 minutes in, holding on to only 1 turret on the top side. The Knots still looking strong as ever, looking like they're not even in a deficit. And this is one of the things that you get when you see a team of this caliber. They are confident no matter what the circumstances are. And this is what you have to do at a time like this. Closed mouths don't get fed. You have to be willing to take that risk. You cannot fold under pressure. And that is exactly what we are seeing from the Knots. Similar to what we've seen in game 1 when it looked like it wasn't in their favor and they were able to drag it out to a 34-minute match and able to claim victorious. But can they do the same thing for game 2? ZenxLotus still has the slight advantage and also set up for the Zonas in the Lord Pit.
Absolutely right. I'm looking at Wakatoshi's positioning right now, and he's in a very good but dangerous position for Knots, but he could spot it out.
He's going to use a wild charge for the knockup, but quickly taking some serious damage. Got out of there just in time. Guardian's Barrier goes down. Alpha charge onto Sakura, forcing Sakura to flicker. You are seeing Chewy's by himself. Flame gets to the back line, takes down Mitsuri in the mid-river. Look at Chewy's, though. Forced out of the Lord Pit. Wants to go back in. Knows he needs this retribution. But the numbers and the odds are not in his favor. The Mystic Gush! But you are going to see that kill go into the hands of Miracle. This is what they needed. This is what the Knots lives up to. This is what they show the world that they're about. Even when the odds are not in their favor, somehow they pull off that 0.01% to take the objective and turn it back in their favor.
Absolutely. Right now, I want to take a minute to focus on some of the combos that's coming in right now. This Gord as well as this Alpha, both of those heroes have that true damage in common, right? And I mentioned that Gord, his passive true damage offers some additional slows as well. But when Beta from Alpha attacks you, that also adds on some additional slows as well. And on top of that, Daizu does have that ice queen wand at her disposal and is making some of these skilled shots easier for the rest of their team to follow up. We've seen Daizu on this Gord just using the skills to abuse some of those passive coming in, which made it a little bit harder for Chewy's there to disengage and potentially survive when he got caught out there. But speaking of things that's not going to be able to survive here, this Lord really hungry for this tower, and he's going to open the space, Weezy.
Is going to open up the base for ZenxLotus. The Knots are going to pull out. They got what they came for. Able to swiftly change this match into their favor. They have super minions as well, slowly making their way down, and it looks like they are going to go in for some more of these turrets. But the question is, how will ZenxLotus respond? They're going to fight before the super minions even get there. Faithful needs to get out of there very low. Jay, mortality has been procced. Miracle going to pick up the kill. Is going to take him down. Gets another. Finds Sakura. But crossbow Tang activated. Mitsuri is going to take down Miracle to respond. The taunt, the energy eruption. Chewy finds Flame. Daizu finds Chewy. Not going to take out my team member. There's a pun right there. That's not with the KNOT. That's not with the NOT. You are going to see them now make their way into a possible inhibitor turret for the mid lane. Can they do it? Mitsuri and Wakatoshi on the defense.
Are you casting or are you rapping? Because you're dropping bars right now, Weezy. And not only bars are being dropped, but bodies as well.
I'm tying knots.
Oh, okay. I see you up here behind the caster's desk. We gotta put you behind the mic because you're the MC right now, Weezy. But man, looking at Knots right now, the way that they've been able to switch this game around, and it's looking like they've been the dominating force for the past 20 minutes. Now, I did see Sakura there pick up that necklace, but we're already almost 23 minutes in, and I'm thinking it might be a little bit late for that. We saw the power of this Estes before, and I mentioned, I think around 5 to 10 minutes ago, that it would be a good item to pick up in addition to that Ice Queen wand. So not only are you slowing them, but you're also keeping that anti-healing applied onto them, right? But looking at some of these items picked up, everyone is pretty much full build. We're seeing those item swaps being popped out, Weezy, and here comes the WWE, as Deku likes to say, the wall wiggle entertainment, as this neutral objective is being contested on both sides.
That's right, the dance in the Lord Pit, the wall wiggle entertainment. Who can wiggle a little bit more smoother, if that is even how you're supposed to wiggle? But as you are seeing the Lord be reset, neither side able to claim it, still trying to find their proper footing. Not really sure which way this is going to go, but I know one thing. It's 14 of 14. We're 23 minutes in. Both of these teams neck and neck, tied on the scoreboard, but one turret in favor for the Knots, as you are seeing them hold on to their last inhibitor turret for the top side. Here comes Alpha, not going to hit the charge. It's going to miss by a hair. Mystic Gush goes out by Daizu. 2 utilities baited out from ZenxLotus, and now for the punish, the wild charge for the knockup, putting Durs on a trampoline. Not even the Blessed of the Moon Goddess can save him, but the Winter Truncheon may do that. Miracle finds Mitsuri. Durs sustains himself. High IQ play. Miracle finds Sakura. Chewy's left alone on an island. Jay takes down Miracle. Chewy's on the run, wondering where did we go wrong. Definitely making Savannah Luna look like a disappointed mother of 5 as her team falls to Knots in the Lord Pit. Flame able to close it out. You are going to see Jay. You are going to see Wakatoshi go back for some wave management.
Now they've been tied in a knot, and they're not going to be able to escape as well, Weezy, as we're seeing a constant repeat of what's been happening as these two teams clash it out. It's consistently back and forth. They loosen up the strings, but then it's just tied again, and it's being tied up a little bit stronger next time. And speaking of things that's stronger now, this Lord is marching down the side of the Knots, clearing out these minions. They're setting up, and they want to end this game, Weezy.
My goodness, and that is exactly what they're going to do. A sweep for the second series of the day. The Knots claim victorious against ZenxLotus.
Man, what a good game being played from both teams yet again, right? The dynamic drafting coming in from the side of the Knots, Daizu securing this MVP again on yet another hero that we never really see in these competitive scenes. A Gord. Do you know when was the last time you saw a Gord securing MVP, Weezy? Because I know I haven't seen that ever. Right? But it just goes to show how this team trusts each other in terms of that drafting and the executions of draft, right? I do like that Durza did pick up that Winter Truncheon to help with some of that tanking of that crossbow attack when Mitsuri did land it off. Looking at some of the team fight participation coming out from both sides, both had competitions that kind of required them to stick together and fight as a team so they can really make the most out of their composition. Again, both ADCs being very objective focused in terms of trying to open up the map with these towers, right? We do see some burst damage coming in as well from both sides with the gold laners as well as the mages across the board. So a good game being played for both sides.
That was explosive, right? I mean, it looked like it was going to be either way, but I just feel the edge is just more in favor for the Knots. They were able to kind of outperform when their backs are against the wall, but both teams,
tight, Weezy. They're too tight.
The Knots, it's too tight to unthread, right? Yeah, it was definitely something to watch, and I know everybody enjoyed it. But guys, that is only our second series of the day. We still have another series on the way with two amazing teams ready to go head to head, so definitely do not go anywhere. I can't wait to see what they pull to the table. Next, we have up Calibur and Team Revolution. Calibur, a team that we've seen compete in MLSA before, but Team Revolution is new, at least to me, so I can't wait to see how they perform. But before we go, let's go ahead and swing over to some international news. We are looking at the biggest event currently on the way, MSC 2023, right after our amazing NACT spring season. Group stage, day 1. This is what we're going to be looking at. Onyx up against Burnix Flash. Echo going up against Team Evo. And then we are going to see Phoenix Esports go up against Evos from Indonesia. Definitely tune in. We'll be doing watch parties across all of our social medias. I know I'll be live on YouTube. I'm probably do a watch party with Deku, some of the MLSA staff. Anybody on here, you can definitely catch us if you want to join the party, as we can't wait to see how this MSC goes for 2023. But this MSC is a little different. The format has changed a little bit. Let's go ahead and jump right into exactly what has changed.
Years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia. For 6 years, Southeast...
They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! work, but ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time, OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it to the make of time. Down goes Zane.
Joybox getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Colt Alter, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do it. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, as we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're going to try to close it in. Shark wants to return, though. Joybox, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO going to lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No. Wait. Two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at third place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best-of-7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Let my will bend the earth!
I was doing great until someone tried to deframe my character up here, trying to, deny my title. So correction, I'm actually the best Odette player and only Odette player up here. But speaking of things being up here, again, following that trend, Weasley, not wanting to give any of these teams that caster's curse.
Sir, what's your command?
Absolutely right. And man, this Fanny, she hasn't really gotten a moment to shine at all in any of the series this time. I think she has a 100% ban in MLSA tonight for day one here, and rightfully so, right? But even then, she has so much counters, to go up against. You have something like the Kaja that can counter her out, the Kufa with the magic ball, or any other, forms of suppression or hard CC given the recent, adjustments to her, right? But looking at the bans so far, coming out for the set of Calibur, they are going to take out this Glue as well as his one and only counterpart, this for Ramos there. And again, the sustainability coming in from him, the things that he can offer to a team overall, I do think is a pretty smart ban to, go ahead and not have to deal with that. And we're looking at Revolution, and this is how you know they're a really good team, Weezy. They're letting that ban timer go down. They're thinking about what they want to do, and they're going to go ahead and take off this gotcha.
Funny story. I guess I was muted and I'm not sure which scene, but it's just like Mobile Legends when you type something positive and they report you in the game. Like, that's what's going on to me right now. But we should be unmuted now. Sorry about that, guys. Now, jumping into it, we are looking at the bans being finalized for the first phase for Calibur. Rev still waiting for their last pick. Navaria, similar to what Rim said for the Fanny, 100% ban rate hasn't been picked up yet. So looks like a lot of teams don't really want to deal with it. It's kind of what you get when it's a brand new hero. Nothing out of the ordinary. But something that I got to harp in on is the Kaja being banned out. Typically when you see that, you kind of expect one or two things. You expect an assassin to be picked up by Rev, or you expect them to try and leave that Franco on board to bait Calibur to either picking up and then overwhelming them with CC. So we'll see which way this goes. Last ban has been finalized for the first phase from Rev. They are going to go ahead and take out the Valentina.
And I like it, right? I do think not banning the Joy or the Arlot, you leave the room for priority for either of them to be open up right now. The Joy did get picked up for the side of Calibur. Now, I do think what I would like to see potentially for the side of Revolution right now, pick up either one or two for the roam positions. That's going to be the Franco or that Minzathar in that roam position. I would opt in for that Minzathar because I think his hook potential is a lot better. But actually, they know something that I don't, because they're going to go ahead and lock in the Franco instead, which is smart. It's 100% insurance to counter this Joy. She can still, dash before you do land that King's Calling from, the Minzathar, but they could still potentially pick it up. We do know Joy could also go into that jungle position, and they can have the Arlot for Calibur in that EXP lane. But then again, you still have answers for both of them for the side of Revolution.
Right. I mean, with the Joy on the table, you already have the Franco for the suppression. They could definitely slot in something like the Minzathar to create even more of a threat. We are going to see Farza be slotted up by Calibur alongside the Martis. That's going to provide two things, right? It's going to provide that 5x5 with the Feather Airstrike, and it's also going to provide early game pressure, especially with that Martis with the Motor Coils for the anti-CC, the Decimation to follow through with that early damage for some nice pickoffs in the neutral objectives.
And speaking of early damage and nice pickoffs, they're going to go ahead and secure this Arlot for their third pick, and that's going to close out the first half of this draft right now. And looking at what I'm seeing so far, what this out of Calibur is going to do, I think right now what they have to do is limit some of that mid lane pressure that can potentially go up against this Farsa, right? If I was them, I would also potentially ban out something like the Fredrin, right? Can go up against this Martis quite well. The Alpha is also open, and we've seen how close that battle between the Alpha and the Martis has been when it comes to securing some of these neutral objectives. They could do that, or They could also opt in to, again, banning out some of those mages, right? Revolution right now, they're banning out some of that gold lane potential, as they already have their gold laner secured. So they want to make sure that she has an easier time up in there. And speaking of things that can give an easy time, someone who gives a hard time when it comes to objectives is Lancelot, the tank slot, who also does a good job when it comes to contesting some of these neutral objectives and kind of, just getting that job done. But not only could he do that, he can get to that back line and also give them a hard time as well. And once you have that R-Lot on your team, you don't want someone else with that much mobility that can put so much pressure to your back line, especially when you lock in a mage like the Farsa.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right on that. You got to watch out. Farza may have issues with that R-Lot on the table. But when we look at R-Lot, I mean, he doesn't have too much CC to really bank on so far, especially with that Franco being locked in. He's only single target CC, which means that's not really something that R-Lot can profit on too much. So I'm going to have to kind of rely mostly on his skills. They're going to need a mage that can kind of provide slow, and what I'm thinking is possibly an Eve to do exactly that, as it hasn't been banned out. The option's still on the table, but looks like Rev is going to go ahead and hover over some of these assassins. I'm not really sure if it's the time to pick a jungler, right? I mean, the jungler's already been slotted in by Calibur. I don't really see it being flexed, considering there is a Joy on the table. Doesn't really make much sense to flex it to the XP, but they're going to go ahead and lock it in anyway. I think personally, for me, that would have been their opportunity to have locked something in, such as an Eve, to provide that pressure, and then could have waited a little bit later to show exactly what they needed in the jungle. But we'll see how this goes, right? I mean, another thing that's even available, the Fredge was taken out. I mean, you could even run the Akai, right? That could definitely be a problem. So we'll see how it goes moving forward. But looking at Rev, they have an interesting composition. Single target CC. You have R-Lot, who can kind of make up for it a little bit. But then you have Karina, whose weakness is CC and requires a strong frontline presence to protect her. And I'm not really seeing that from the side of Rev. So it's going to be very important on them taking some sort of mage that can provide at least a little bit of slow that the team can need to kind of stop Calibur from rushing in for the denial on the objectives.
Now, I do like that they saved their mage for this last position, right? I do think securing this Karina, you did say she needs a little bit more of that, support, but she's not going to be a damage Karina. Usually is going to opt in for that tank route. And if you look at some of the composition, usually you're going up against some burst, and once you secure some of those defense items, you can't really burst someone who's heavy on that defense, and which is what we've been seeing from her, right? I do think them locking in this Kadita as to finalize their draft composition right now. They have the pick off composition. You have Karina, whose job is to, pick off and secure those kills, and the Kadita, her job is to burst them down with the rough wild waves as well. Some of the overall compositions and overall team fights here, I'm going to have to give it to the side of Revolution. I do think their overall job is a lot stronger. They have that pick off composition, and the side of Calibur, they have more of that poke, reactive, then burst type of composition, which requires a lot more effort to get that job done.
Yeah, this is a hard one for me to kind of get my head around, right? I mean, both of them have a very strong draft. I mean, when you're looking at Revolution with this Karina, with the tankier route, can definitely sustain herself, but without any CC at their disposal, you're going to have to rely on Miko, you're going to rely on ultra less on the Franco to kind of set her up for these kills, to rush in with that Shadow Assault to be able to get a kill. But when I'm looking on the opposing side, I mean, you're looking at Martis, which is pretty much Karina's older brother. Honestly, can do pretty much the same thing, but a little bit more skills at his disposal with the motor coils to work against it. So I think one thing we can agree on is both sides putting some pressure in the bottom lane, trying to delay the marksman may be a great way to start the early phase.
Absolutely right, especially when you consider this Brody going up against this Beatrix. A lot of Bs right now. Both of them, they can scale pretty well. I do think that they have around the same scaling speed as they do get their spike within that when we enter that mid game and then leave that mid game and enter that late game segments of the match. I do think that's where they both find their strengths, right? Also, in addition to that, both of them can opt in to go for that Blade of Despair as that first item, and that's truly what they need. As long as they can farm up that's going to be, their saving grace. But we're seeing a lot of poke damage being done here.
The Iron Hook for the pullback, and now Azura's Wrath going in from Vastro on this Martis. It would do a little bit of damage, forcing Ultralisk to respawn back to the base.
Absolutely right. And speaking of response here, we're seeing Miko heading up to the stop side, trying to get that level 4 before this turtle spawns in. And again, I love when teams do this because it really sets the tone for the rest of the game, right? We're going to see when both roamers have that ultimate at their disposal. But looking at Barca, she's still level 3 for this turtle fight, and I'm not sure how effective she's going to be if the start of Revolution goes for a contest here, Weezy.
Yeah, and speaking of Revolution, you are looking at Zed secure first blood for his team. Miko gonna find Rain as well. Down goes Farza. You mentioned not having a level 4. Definitely was a fatal mistake on rushing for that neutral objective. Fizz on the chase for the proud, for the kill. Takes down Divinity inside of the jungle. The roam for Calibur.
Now, I do want to give credits to Franco. They're using that Iron Hook, but before we get into that,
Rain is going to drop down some bombs. Rain bomb from afar is going to get a kill. Is going to take down Zed. A little bit of revenge, but still 1-3. Revolution off on a good start.
now, one thing is, Calibur, they do have Lolita with this Luminum Blast, and there isn't much CC coming in for the side of Revolution in terms of canceling it out. Yes, Kadita with the knockup can, but she's potentially...
Ooh, forcing out that flicker from Raijin. A great Iron Hook from Ultralisk. Even though they weren't able to get the kill, they were able to bait out the flicker, and that's definitely a win in my book. But the Numion Blast landing down, gonna stun Ultralisk, but again, some wasted utility on the board for the side of Calibur.
And that's the power of communication. But speaking of communication here, Weezy.
You can see Raijin knocked airborne. Miko securing the kill with Ocean's Oddity in the rough raise. Fizz on the chase into the turret, takes down Divinity yet again. That is 2 kills on the Divinity within the last minute. Both of them secured by Fizz. And right now, Revolution slowly making their way toward a snowball of a start for the early game.
Definitely making Divinity look like a false god out here. And look at the positioning coming in from Revolution. It's a revelation, and Calibur is having a tough one right now, Weezy, as they set up for a potential gank here in this bot side.
Triple Azura's Wrath connecting. Numion Blast falls short. Vastro, though, is going to take down Ultralisk. He uses his Retribution to secure that kill. Feather Airstrike drops down. Fizz takes down Martis. Fizz gets another, but Divinity is going to shut him down, but not before he took out Raijin and Vastlord. You are going to see Von C fall in the top side. Zed going to go ahead and show that glorious emote with that kill secured in the XP lane.
Man, the combo, again, potential is coming in from the side of Revolution right now. But before I get into that, we're going to see them force out this flicker from Brody here in this bot lane. And again, finding these utilities at their advantage. As Zed is doing a great job at proxying this turtle. So Karina could go ahead and have an easier time securing it here. But in comes World.
We are going to see Fizz secure this turtle for Revolution. Vastro too late to the party, not able to get there in time. 8-3, 5 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead.
And again, I have to give, but man.
Was that an Iron Hook and a Renner's Empathy connecting?
It was, Weezy, it was. There was no chances of surviving that. And also, Weezy, every Franco we've seen tonight has been having these exceptional Iron Hooks. Like, what is happening? Is this the season 3 MLSA booster with Franco right now? Like, he's just on fire. But Aluminum Blast
from Divinity is gonna slow him down in his tracks, but again, wasted utility and nobody on Divinity's side to follow up, and now they are gonna punish. Fizz is gonna shut down Divinity, finds the kill, takes out the roam for Calibur, increasing the kill lead now 10-3.
Now, I need to see some more combo potentials coming in from the side of Calibur, right? I do think they have a pretty good composition to bait out some of these utilities, but without having the security of that roamer, it makes it hard for a high ground mage like the Farsa to be able to get these shots done, because for her to land some of these feathered airstrikes and actually dish out some of that burst damage, right, she needs that security coming in from that Aluminum Blast. And speaking of things coming in, the side of Revolution requesting a pause here. And again, Weezy, it just has to come down to that roamer for the side of Calibur. You have to be able to make something happen. Communicate with your team some more. You have the positioning, you're offering the vision. Maybe instead of using the aluminum blast immediately, you dash out, you retreat, and you reposition yourself. If you have no one around you to follow up, your ADC is nowhere near you, your mage is still clearing down mid lane, that's maybe a little bit of a hint to say, okay, I'm in a bad position here, let me retreat.
Yeah, you got to be careful on what fights you take, and we've kind of seen it, right? A couple of things that you would think is a slight mistake, especially in the early phase, can definitely go a long way when it comes to a more experienced team. And right now we're seeing a 10-3 lead, only 6 minutes in. Definitely not where you want to be if you're on the side with 3 kills. But it's not over yet, right? You just got to find a way to kind of shift the momentum and make it work back in your favor. And hopefully we'll see that today. But if not, I mean, might be a quick game, maybe the quickest game we had today. I mean, we just finished the Knots match up against ZenxLotus, and that was like a 34-minute match. The one before that was just
also
as
around
long.
the same.
So, yeah, I want to say for this one, I hope it goes the extra mile as well, but I don't know. It's not looking promising so far.
I mean, I will say though, this is the time for Revolution to shine with their composition. They have that early game pressure. They have the Kadita. They have something like the Franco to secure some of that, additional pickoffs. And I mentioned, looking at the side of Calibur, their draft is more they have to poke before they can get that burst and then secure the kills. Meanwhile, all the side of Revolution needs is as long as they can get that initial set, whether that's from the Iron Hook, from the final stash, or even from Kadita landing that knockup. That's what they need. Speaking of landing things here, they went ahead and secured this first tower in the mid lane, opening up their map, and that's just going to make the rotations coming in from Revolution a lot more easier, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely going to make it a lot more easier. Revolution having a heyday on Calibur so far. They need to find a way to turn this around. Feather airstrike drops down. Miko falls a little short, not able to knock up Raijin. You are going to see Turtle at about a quarter of HP. Super P is going to go ahead and take that away. That's the marksman securing that turtle for Calibur.
Torn apart memories? I think you mean torn apart turtles. But Brody, come on, man. Turtles are on the brink of extinction, right? We have to save the turtles. You can't be tearing them apart like that. But it was a good steal coming in from him there. Also, him securing that with that shield is going to give him a little bit more security going up against this Beatrix as well. But an engage here.
Yeah, you are going to see the engagement on the way. Both teams possibly fighting it out. Numion Blast drops down for the stun. Not going to connect. But Mobile Mike is possibly going to fall. Ultraless falls alongside him. Vastro secures that kill. Miko left alone on the bottom side. It's going to try and delay the inevitable, trying to stop this minion at all costs. Fizz is going to get in there for the protection. Zed is going to join the fight to even out the odds. You're going to see Miko take down Brody. Super Me falls. You are going to see the final slash go out as well. Can they get another kill? Fizz is going to take down Vastro. It's crazy how that engagement turned into the favor for Revolution when the numbers were not there.
Absolutely right. You don't have to have the numbers, but as long as you have that set potential, and Revolution is lacking not that just that, but again, we see
Numion Blast. You're gonna see him try and get out with that vengeance. Killing spree has been activated. You are gonna see Definity trying to get away. Fizz on the chase. Raijin takes down Miko, shuts him down. Mobile Mike is gonna find Definity. 2 members falling for Calibur to 1 on Revolution.
Absolutely right, and I do like that Calibur is still finding a little bit of these trades, capitalizing on some of the over-aggression that we're seeing coming in from the side of Revolution right now. And speaking of things coming in from the side of Revolution, again, credits to what we've been seeing from these roamers. I like the positioning that they have, giving some of these vision here and just opening up some of that map security for their team to be able to execute and make plays happen, right? And again, I want to say though, Divinity on this Lolita, it's up to her to find a good stun. But you can see a play coming in from Franco. We're just going to offer a little bit more positioning here as an Iron Hook. Not going to land, but he's looking for the Divine Judgment.
Suppression goes down. Can they secure kill for the airstrike from afar? Vastro finds one. Zed takes down Definity, but not before Vastro takes down Maiko. But you are going to see the Iron Hook denied by the Mortal Coils. The anti-CC working in Vastro's favor. Decimation may be on the way. Zed is going to dash out. Final slash as well. Is able to sustain himself. Secures a kill. Takes down Super. But MOBA Mike is going to find Vastro to respond.
See, this is why you prio this R-Lot over the Joy every time. I do think he offers way more and he doesn't fall off as easily, right? We're seeing this Joy being that 0-3-1 in terms of that KDA. She's not really having as much effect in this game as this R-Lot. We're seeing him beating her out in rotations, but speaking of things being beaten down, she did get hit with that bloody hunt by Franco, but there was no follow-up on there. I think it was just to stop some of the, pressure that she was looking to provide to that backline. But speaking of pressure here, Revolution.
Yeah, Revolution trying to claim more objectives, but the punish from Calibur, too much to handle. Super finds Ultraless on the Franco, on the blue buff, on the purple buff, but on the bottom side, you are seeing Revolution still trying to claim some real estate. Zed in position, Miko in the bush, Fizz for a little bit of that sandwich position. Mobile Mike from afar with the Rainer is going to connect on a Super as you are seeing this Lord make his way to the tier 2 turret. MOBA rushes in, finds Vaughn, Namir's Passion, gets a double, finds Super, Fizz finds Raijin. That is 3 members falling for Calibur.
And the Lord has not fallen yet, Weezy. The Aluminum Blast, though,
has fallen. That is going to be a possible set. Not really working in their favor. Able to slow down the Lord from taking down that inhibitor on the bottom side, though. But still, a one-sided story for Revolution.
Absolutely right. I feel like the only Aluminum Blast that we've seen successfully connect there is when he was camping that bush, but he had no follow-up, right? The Aluminum Blast that matters are the ones that's falling short. But speaking of things falling short, man, Franco, he's been having some really good iron hooks right now, and you're seeing him looking for something else here.
Yeah, definitely looking for an opportunity to disrupt Calibur yet again. Just having an amazing performance from Revolution so far. You're seeing Zed, you're seeing Miko paying attention to what's important, focusing on the objectives, claims yet another turret, but now the punish. Vastro finds Miko. Feather Airstrike does go down. Zed needs to get out of there, but hit with the decimation. Vastro secures the double kill.
And man, a glimmer of hope coming in for the side of Calibur, again, capitalizing off of some of the overaggression being displayed by Team Revolution right now. And speaking of capitalizing off of that, Weezy,
here comes Mobile Mike, rushing in, has the damage, tries to find Vastro a little too far to secure that kill, but a very close call.
Absolutely right. And I want to take a minute to look at some of the items that's being picked up right now as we are approaching that mid game. This is usually where that third core item is being picked up. Looking at gold laners right now, Beatrix, she is farmed quite well. She picked up that Haas clause for that additional sustainability. And I'm shocked that Brody opted in for more penetration and he's not actually going for that Blade of Despair. But when you're going up against something like this R-Lot that is full defense, a tank Karina as well as this Franco, what is that going to do? So opting in to go for that physical penetration route is smart. But speaking of smarts here,
we are seeing a heavy engagement on the top side. Super Me falls. That is the marksman. Vastro takes Ultraless down. Mobile Mike finds Raijin to respond. Vastro responds back. Finds Miko. 2 members out for both sides of the table, but make that 3 as Fizz takes down Definity. Revolution now has to upscale when it comes to the numbers, but you are going to see on the opposite side of the map a trade as Von C claims the tier 2 turret.
Man, beautiful engaging team fights that are coming in from the side of Revolution, right? Finally finding some answers for Miko when she does decide to go in here. But Lord looking for a contest on this Lord as he doesn't want to give it up for free, Weezy.
Mortal Coil's in. Retribution late. Fizz is able to secure it. And down. No. Can Vastro get out of there? The flicker from MOBA Mike. Von C on the chase. Is going to try and take him down. The suppression just in time. Down goes Von C. Raijin finds Fizz. You're going to see 1 member falling for both sides. But the Lord went to Revolution.
Man, and again, Calibur, right? Their saving grace is the over aggression coming in from Revolution. And again, they're heavy on these responses here. And speaking of being heavy on responses, Ultra, good move there, being able to use that conceal to get to the Beatrix to save her from this joy there. That would have been a very, very close call for them right now. But speaking of things that's being closed, them potentially closing game one out is definitely right on the verge of happening. We're seeing them proxy the lane in this top side, as well as having the Lord march down on bot side as they carry themselves in that mid lane as well, looking to make the most out of this Lord as possible, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely trying to make the most out of these objectives that they kind of fought so hard for, but not going to be able to find their way into the base yet. But the turrets are very low. You are seeing Revolution in a good stance to be able to crack it open. And there it goes. MOBA Mike is going to go ahead and enter the base, taking down the inhibitor for the mid lane. And now the fight on the way. Mortal Coils from Vastro. You are going to see the flicker in. Suppression does go down. Ultra-less Immortality has been procced. Mirror's patch from MOBA Mike. Vastro takes down Miko. Zed finds Super Me. MOBA takes down Vastro. Godlike kill. Raijin finds Ultra-less and picks up a double as he takes down Raijin, leaving Definity and Von C by themselves against a three-man team. And they are going to proc the Immortality on Definity. MOBA Mike picks up a triple. Can he get the Maniac? It's right there. Will they be able to take it before the base crystal falls? Numion Blast winding down. Looks like Definity able to deny it, but legendary kill. Revolution secures game one against Calibur.
Man, I think that we can go ahead and count that as an unofficial Maniac right there. And I like that Arlot was like, you know what? I could be a team sport right now and help you get that, but he was focused on that base. And because at the end of the day, you can have the pretty KDA, but we've seen time and time again, when you miss out on that opportunity to close out the game, the other team can punish you for it. And I think they did an amazing job. Looking at some of the itemizations coming in, a lot of defense route being built in for the side of Revolution. The only hard hitters is going to be Miko on this Kadita, as well as MOBA Mike there on this Beatrix, who went ahead and secured that MVP right now. Looking at the side of Calibur right now, I would like to see a little bit more flexibility in terms of the items that they do pick up. Vaughn as the EXP laner, you were getting bursted down quite a lot, right? So potentially going for some more defense items, whether that's magical or physical, instead of going for full damage, right? And even though you went for the full damage, right, but looking at the statistics right now, you weren't able to deal that much damage, and that's because you got bursted down from the side of Revolution. And Beatrix having a 45% of the hero damage, and then being objectively focused as well with that tower damage being at 56%, it just goes to show the power and the force coming in from the side of Revolution right now. So hopefully the side of Calibur can really refine the edges going into game two.
That's right. As we are going to be going into game two here momentarily. An amazing match so far. 16 minutes. It wasn't the fastest, but it wasn't the slowest. And I feel like Calibur, they need to find a way to kind of hang in there, right? Revolution, it was kind of a one-sided story for the most part. I didn't really see a point in time where Calibur had the advantage. So hopefully game two, they can learn from those slight mistakes. They will have a difference in the draft now, as they will be able to, they will be second pick. So they'll be reactive this turn around. And sometimes that can definitely affect how these teams perform. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with you guys for game two of our final series of the day.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war to that nigga. He gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to die shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounded like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get charged to shoot. Time to corny motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. An amazing first game for the final series. We're able to see Revolution, a one-sided story, the first one-sided story that we've seen today, able to claim victorious against Calibur, but it is not over yet, as this is a best of 3. Now, Rim, I got to ask you, Calibur, what do they got to do to turn this around? Because they need some help.
I think, yes, definitely. They need some help, and that's going to come down to that roamer. I think the roam, as we say in the community right now, you got roam gapped. Definitely need to fill that gap a little bit more and, open up the potential for your team to make some plays happening. You had a good composition, Lolita. She's been one of those tanks that can perform in almost any situation, even if she's going up against, people who can counter that no one on blast. And it's not to say that it was getting countered, it's just that it just wasn't hitting anything. And the moments that it did, you didn't really have a follow-up, right? And once you have a heroes like, the Brody, the Farsa, you need to have these, engages for them to be able to layer their poke damage and then essentially burst them down on top of that, right? And they were missing that because Lolita, she just wasn't present for, most of the match. And I think once you have your roamer get their head in the game, essentially, that's what your team needs.
Yeah, definitely going to have to get a little bit more better positioning for the roam. I mean, we saw a lot of Numion Blast just out of nowhere just drop down and not really anybody behind to kind of make the most out of the situation. So, yeah, I think follow-up's definitely something that they need to kind of work on, and hopefully they will change that for Game 2. Speaking of Game 2, jumping into the draft, already seeing some of the bans on the way. You already said it. Fanny, 100% ban rate so far today. Don't think that's going to change. The Kaj has been taken off the table, but this time the Joy has been taken off as well. So that's typically what we see picked up when that Kaj is off. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see an Assassin this time around since the Joy is not available.
Absolutely right. I do think Calibur batting out this Arla this time definitely a good call for them. Lesson learned from last game, and we're seeing them actually, paying attention to some things that they struggled up against in the last game. Now, I do like the Revolution again, banning out this Valentina. I do think you can understand why she's banned, but I think also banning her out, you leave a lot of things open that your team could potentially slot in for themselves right now. Novaria was the last ban for the side of Calibur. That also leaves, the Fredgen open, the Alpha open. even the Franco, we've been seeing teams prior to Franco tonight, and it's been working out, pretty well for them, right? So there's a lot of strong picks that Revolution can slot in right now for their priority pick here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of strong picks. You mentioned that Fredger, and I think that'd be a great decision. Like you said, Theramis is on the board. I don't know. Maybe that would be even smarter to lock that in. But they're going to go for the glue. No, wait a minute, though. Theramis is still on the board, so you're going to give Theramis and you're going to give Fredrin away to Calibur. Now, that's definitely not what I would advise. Ladies and gentlemen, don't try this at home because you'll quickly be punished in the draft.
No, I feel like it works because Feramis only counters glue when he goes into that split. All glue needs to be able to apply that pressure is a slam. He doesn't necessarily have to even pop that split, and he could force a recall, he could force a flicker, or just waste utility in general, right? So I do think that works out for them as well. So, I do like it. I feel like the pressure that glue gives as a whole consistently throughout the match is way more effective than what any other EXP laner can offer. I think even if he goes up against the Lapu Lapu, the Yuzhong, which we see Calibur swapping in right now, I do think that the glue is still a pretty solid pick.
We're going to see. I mean, this is like yin and yang when it comes to the glue and the Feramis, and I can't wait to see which way this goes. I mean, looking at the draft, they got the Lancelot, so ZenxLotus is going to make that appearance. You're going to have that Beatrix to scale. Now, something that was picked up a little early was the Yuzhong. It is going to be going up against the glue, which is going to fall a little short, like you said, in the XP lane. Glue, one of those heroes, pretty much invincible when it comes to the XP lane, and could definitely be that nuisance when it comes to zoning out players for those neutral objectives. But there goes the Fredrin. It walked as well. I think that's a wise pickup from Calibur. They're going to have that frontline presence, and if you kind of look at their draft so far, it's kind of giving that Ube strat kind of feeling, right? Because you have a tank fighter jungle, but more like a tank build. And you also have a support to back them up. And I think that really works great in their favor. Not to mention, they also have this Feramis, which can be either slotted as the mage in the mid lane, but if things don't go their favor in the draft, they can always swap it to the roam position.
The roam position,
and
that, we kind of forgot about that Clint. I still think that he also is able to go up against his Beatrix in lane and, provide a good time there. Now, for Revolution right now, they need a mage. I would suggest something potentially like Lilia. I would say the Farsta, but they are going up against that Yuzhong, so it's just going to take a lot of good positioning coming out from that. But hopefully, they pick that mage later on, because I do feel as a mage main, having the security of letting the enemy team finish their draft, then you could decide which mage is going to be best for that situation. So I do think there's still some options across the board, and Calibur looking to hover over this Grok here. And
I was going to say the carry, but the carry was quickly denied, and they need something to burst out this glue, and they currently do not have that. So, I mean, they do have the Feramis, so I guess maybe they're like, hey, we already got something, so it's not too big of a threat, which I can count in their favor. So, I mean, even if they don't go for something bursty, they still have Feramis to work in. But like you said, that requires Feramis getting that split when it's active, and to be able to shut down those mini glues. But now, looking at the final pick from Revolution, they are going to go ahead and take up this Lilia. That is going to secure their draft. They're rotating over on the Carmilla as well. Something that we haven't seen in a while. I mean, I know we both remember when Carmilla...
A few patches ago.
Yeah, when she became meta out of nowhere, and everybody was spamming Carmilla in the jungle, spamming her in the XP lane. And now you don't really see her that often, but maybe they're going to rotate to something we see a little bit more often. They're going to go ahead and go in for this Diggy. Some anti-CC on the way. I guess maybe to give the Grok, the Fredrin, and possibly the Yuzhong a harder time. But is it the right answer? I mean, when you look at their composition, when you slot a glue in the XP lane, it's basically like having a frontline tank. I mean, the man's almost invincible. So I can see where they're trying to go with this, but it's definitely going to boil down to execution, as the Diggy can definitely get overwhelmed easily when you have a heavy CC composition like Calibur has today.
Absolutely right. And the thing is, when you slot in something like this Diggy against its DC, yes, the side of Calibur has DC, but they also have some burst potential. If Leslie is able to get to that mid to late game, you can barely tank that damage as a tank, much less as a support support going into that match, right? So I do think in terms of late game scaling, I'm gonna give it to the side of Calibur just because they have this Leslie and then the additional sustainability coming from the side for Ramus there. But in terms of overall draft composition, I do think Revolution has a more dominant early game composition, and the combos potentially from Ultra with this Diggy and this reverse time just enables Zed to be able to find some of those attachments easier, as well as allow Miko to potentially burst down that target that's caught with that reverse time. So I do think Revolution, again, they have some combo potentials in their favor here, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely have a lot of things in their favor for both sides, but we got to see how it plays out. It's definitely going to boil down to execution, and we just seen Revolution execute a little bit more smoothly in the first match, so I really want to see Calibur kind of focus on the objectives a little bit tighter and play into their composition, right? You're looking at a Yuzong going up against a Glue. Glue naturally should win that, and there you have it, already securing first blood for Revolution.
And I mean, Wizzy, how can you counter the man when he doesn't even need the thing that you're trying to counter? He was able to secure that first blood again, only with the slams, and that's just setting the tone for what's to expect for the side of Calibur right now. He's already cutting that lane. We're seeing what we've seen in the games before, a lot of pressure here in this gold lane, and again, Fizz is here, and they're going for a little bit of a fight here, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely going for a fight. Numbers in favor for Calibur. Nice and early, a minute and 30 minutes in, showing their pressure, trying to even out the scoreboard as they are down 1 inside of this best-of-3 series. And if Revolution wins this match, they will get a full sweep, the second sweep of the day. You're looking at Miko in the mid lane, already providing some early game pressure with the glooms provided by the Lilia.
Absolutely right. I do like the rotations coming in. We're seeing a little bit of an invade coming in here, but also the rotations from the side of Revolution. Calibur going to go ahead and reset that Lord. Going to take a little bit more farm, which is a good call, right? Yuzhong, he wasn't level 4 yet, so I do think taking that Lord may be a little bit premature, but we're already see Glue putting on that backline pressure.
There goes the split activated. Grab, forcing out the Cult Altar. The silence on the Raijin. Reverse time is going to pull back Vastro. Zed's going to secure a kill. Takes down Raijin. The Glue is going to prevail against his direct counter on the Faramis. You're going to see Von C rushing in with his Shot Essence. Is going to go ahead and get some of that lifesteal to sustain himself. Overall, 2-0 on the board. Revolution leading the way in kills and securing the first turtle.
Absolutely. Not only are they leading the way in kills, they also have that gold lead on their side, right? And speaking of gold lead, we're already seeing Beatrix here having a bit of an easier time over this Leslie, as she is almost over like about 600 gold ahead of this Leslie here, right? She's building in to that Blade of Despair as her first core item. And again, man, look at this Glue in this top side, only having components. And Wheezy, that is a killing spree into his hands, and half of his kills, he only needed to use that split once. So what is the answer for him? But speaking of answers, Time Journey going to be forced out?
It is going to be forced out. Phantom's Execution, Thorn Rose from Fizz, pulled back from Raijin. Not going to stop him, though. He's not going to falter from rotating around. Catching Vastro off guard all by himself. Mobile Mike is going to secure that kill, but let's just harp back in on what we saw in the XP lane. Let's just reel this back for a second, man. We just watched Glue manhandle Von C inside of his own turret, and there's little to nothing he could do about it. And, you know, this is what we kind of stated earlier. Picking up that Yuzong a little early definitely was not the right call, and you are seeing Revolution make Calibur pay.
I think what they wanted to do is deny the side of Revolution from picking up something like the Farsa, you know, as the Yuzhong is a direct counter to that. And if they run the Farsa, they have a lot of burst potential, but we do see a wild charge go down.
Does not connect, hits the wall, but falls short on the Mobile Mike. Ultimate Sniper from Super trying to find Mobile Mike, but Raijin gonna seal the deal, is gonna take him down. Miko is gonna find Definity. You're going to see one member falling for the side of Revolution. Calibur losing 2 members so far. 6-1, Revolution leading the way.
Man, and again, credits to this EXP laner, right? We saw the power of the glue, him being able to cut these waves, and he's really present there for this team fight right now. He's 3-0-1 in terms of KDA right now, which is almost 80% of the team's overall composition in team fights participation that they've had right now. But speaking of team fight participation, I think Lord should give up this turtle as Glue goes in with that split.
He's going to be able to secure that turtle. Possible kill on the way, but on the bottom side, you're going to see Mobile Mike find Super Me. It was a 1v2 situation. He is able to take down the marksman, but Definity is going to take him down as well. But overall, a great trade. A gold lane for a gold lane. A stalemate on the bottom side.
Absolutely right. Unfortunately, topside not having that same experience, as there hasn't really been any trades happening, just domination over one market than the other, right? And this is what the people want. This is what the people know. We see some recalls and emotes coming out there as well. But again, a lot of pressure into this gold lane, and Revolution, they're hungry for this gold lane tower, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely out for the objectives right now. Revolution has the advantage as they are up in kills and they are up in gold by 3,000. Vastro trying to rush in. Co-Alter activated for the sustainability. Ultralist picks up a kill. Definity falls to Ultralist as well. The double. MOBA is going to find Raijin. Mobile Mike, though, is going to go ahead and make quick work of this turret. Revolution is going to secure the first one to open up the map in their advantage.
Absolutely right. And speaking of opening up the map, we're already seeing them again. Yu Zhang, Weezy, he's not having a good time in this game. He tried to use the Black Dragon to escape there, but he couldn't.
I have never seen a glue ride on top of a Black Dragon from a Yu Zhang. But hey, it's Season 3. It's the final series of the day. Anything is possible in the Land of Dawn today. You're going to see Fizz find Vastro, 4 members down for the side of Calibur. 14-2, a nightmare right now, and they got to find a way to wake up. I think somebody needs to splash them with some water. They need a miracle at this point if they want to turn it around, because Revolution is out for blood.
Absolutely right, and they're definitely taking it by force. And actually, what I saw yesterday, Weezy, I also saw a glue attached to a Johnson with the split, and he caught them, but a Flicker Shadow Stampede goes in here.
And you are going to see the Co-Alter activated alongside the Time Journey. They kind of look similar right there. A little interesting fact. Who would have known they would have been so similar? You are going to see Super Takedown Miko, Wild Charge connecting, the mobilization, the taunt. Zed with the split trying to get the grab. He is going to go ahead and proc on to Definity. Von C rushes in, gets the back line, finds Beatrix, takes down Ultralist for the double kill. You are going to see Zed needing to get out of there. Already used the split, needs to use the slam. Got to sustain himself, but no, the ultimate sniper is going to find him just in time. Calibur now evening out the odds, evening out this match into their favor, finding some answers, disrupting the snowball that we've seen Revolution build.
Absolutely right, but they're not done yet. They're still looking for something, but it's backfiring here, Weezy, as Lilia did go ahead and secure that kill, but we're seeing Fizz still on that chase, letting his presence be known, and he can afford to be this dramatic and this extravagant, right? Looking at his KDA right now, he's 1-0-4 as that jungler, right? His team does have that gold lead, and the economy and the map is into their favor right now. Beatrix, she did secure that Blade of Despair, and she has the Malefic Roar as well. That item actually tripped me up a few matches ago, so I'm glad that I got it this time around. But both gold laners having, a stable time, but man, I have to give it to the EXP laner right now, coming in from the side of Revolution. He's applying so much pressure to the side of Calibur. Lilia, she also has some of that additional utility at her disposal with that Ice Queen wand, but looking at some damage being dished out evenly across the board here, Weezy.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but on both sides of the table, Definity with the long wild charge on his way back to the base. Down goes the turret. You're going to see Mobile Mike take down Von C. The map bleeding blue, 16-6. We're not really seeing any answers back from Calibur. It looked a little promising about a minute and 30 seconds ago, but now back to the similar situation from when this match started, a one-sided story in favor for Revolution.
Absolutely right. Now, I mentioned the power of this reverse time on this Diggy. That in combination with Miko here, a lot of damage being dished out here, Weezy.
First time goes out, pulls back Vastro, but he secures the kill, finds Miko. Zed is going to make him pay. You are going to see one member falling for both sides. Minions sitting strong, making their way to the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. 4 versus 3. Definity evening out the numbers. Who will be able to prevail? Down goes to tier 2. Revolution getting everything they wanted, securing a kill on top of that. And now all they need to do is pull back. They do have a Lord slowly making his way on the bottom side.
Now, Weezy, I hope you're seeing why having this glue be a prio pick, despite the Faramis being open, is still a good choice, right? We're seeing how much effort and, you know, ability that he's offering to his team here by just using that slam. He's helping them secure kills. But speaking of securing kills here,
Fight on the way inside of the jungle for that orange buff. Revolution not trying to give Calibur any room to breathe. Gonna go ahead and claim this tier 2 turret unchecked.
absolutely right. But I love that they're opening up the map right now. They focus all of their attention on Calibur to burst down this Lord here. But they also have to be careful at this point in the game, with the economy shifting so much to Revolution's favor, they too themselves can be bursted down quite often. And I like that Revolution is putting a lot of pressure on opposite sides of this map right now. It's keeping the side of Calibur apart, making this defense a bit harder for them, Weezy.
Yeah, they're definitely making them run all over the place. Not really sure what they need to protect, as they did a little bit of a split rotation. Half of them on the top side, half of them on the bottom, forcing Calibur in an awkward position to defend. But now, Calibur looking to find some answers, is going to step out of their base, opting on the conceal play. Miko hit with the power of nature, hit with the wild charge from Definity, but nobody to follow up. Vastro going to rush in, energy eruption. You're going to see the co-alter activated, the saving grace in full effect, but now has been baited out. Zed is going to possibly get a kill. Miko finds Vastro, Fizz finds Raijin. You are going to see Definity still alive, super alive as well, but Von C is going to find Mobile Mike.
And speaking of finding things, they're looking for you, Zhang, here, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely looking for Von C. Fizz joining the party. Zed as well, killing spree activated. Fizz securing that kill.
Man, just a good combinations being played overall from the side of Revolution right now. Mobile Mike did fall, but he did take, you know, someone with him on his way up here to the caster's desk right now. Again, I have to give credits to this glue man. Zed on this glue, he's the star of the show right now, and that's credits to being really proficient on this glue, right? And once you have that EXP laner mentality, I think it's much easier for you to get some of these things done. Now, I don't want to count Calibur out just yet. They still do have that Leslie, which is that scaling marksman, and just like the carry, the longer this game goes, the stronger, you know, she becomes. And yes, they do have a lot of frontline pressure coming in from the side of Revolution. She can burst down that pressure just because of that true damage. And once she combos that with potentially that endless battle, that's stacking a bit of that true damage that she can dish out. So I do think Calibur still have a shot in this game. It's just going to come down to how well they handle this defense coming in, as we do see this Lord being mashed up in the bot side.
Yeah, Lord slowly making his way into the base. Revolution knocking at the door for Calibur. Will they let them in? You are going to see Lord crash in. Down goes the inhibitor for the bottom side. Now, all Revolution needs to do is close this out. They are currently at match point. May possibly get the second sweep of today. You're going to see the wild charge for the denial. Reverse time. A little too late, but Black Dragon from Von C rushing in. Fizz is going to find Definity. Dragon Tail going out. One-man army. Von C takes down Ultralisk. Mobile Mike takes down Von C. Vastro, Super, Raijin up against Zed, Mobile Mike, Miko, and Fizz. 4-3. Revolution has the numbers.
They have the numbers and they have the drive, Weezy. They're looking to get as much out of this engage as possible.
Mobile Mike with the snipe takes down Raijin. Vastro may fall. Ultralisk gets a kill. Fizz finds Vastro. Full wipeout. And Revolution repeats history. The second sweep of the day takes down Calibur.
Man, Revolution, they said we aren't with the times anymore. We're gonna change the way things work around here. If y'all were the caliber before, we're here to set a new standard, and that's exactly what they did. Overall, in terms of their job composition and the itemizations that we're seeing right now, they had that defense and frontline presence coming in from not only the EXP laner, but the tank slot, as we all know him as well. But Diggy opted in to go for that defense route as well. And usually when we see a Diggy, he goes in for that mage. But I like that he gave his team a little bit more survivability in terms of these itemizations. Now, looking at the statistics, some team fight participation overall for the side of Revolution, very high, very balanced. You could tell that each member did what they were supposed to do during some of these team fights. Mobile Mike, again, this game being very objective focused, as well as Fizz on this Lancelot with that tower damage to be able to open up the map. Now, I am seeing that 100% coming in from Vaughn on this Yu Zhang, but in terms of looking at the bigger picture, that's 590 and only tower damage in about 15 minutes, Wheezy. So unfortunately, you need a little bit more than your Yu Zhang being the only one to hit the tower, maybe once or twice.
Yeah, and I think it's a great statement that you said, the bigger picture, and that's what this is all about. And that is going to be the final series of the day. Man, it's been an amazing show. It's been amazing being able to be not only a host, but a caster on the desk alongside Rim. Thank you so much for stopping by and casting these amazing games. Make sure you guys follow Rim on her social media, Instagram, Facebook. Everything is in the description of today's stream as well. You'll see Rim on the desk going forward throughout the following weeks. Like we said, it's MLSA Season 3. We appreciate you guys. Got anything for them, Rim?
I just want to say thank you guys so much for, tuning in and showing so much support. Oh, we also, the registrations for our Cyberpunk tournament is out. Make sure you go register in our Discord, as you need to be officially MLSA registered before you can participate in our events. Also, I think the top 4 teams, right, Weezy, from our tournament will also get a free pass into Trex's Mayhem Cup, which is also another tournament in NA that's coming up. So definitely show your support. There's a lot of things happening in the community, and I'm just happy to be part of it.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Master Rim, the second best Odette in the MLSA server, falling short to only myself. But Rim made an excellent point. We are hosting an MLSA Season 3 opening tournament, the Cyberpunk tournament. We're allowing 32 teams to compete, a total cash prize of $1,000, a total diamond prize of 100,000 diamonds. What are you guys waiting for? If you want to join and you're in North America, stop by the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server now. Register your team. The event is up. Registration will close on July 11th. Our tournament is going to go live, or registration closed on June 11th. Our tournament is going to go live June 16th, and it's going to finish around July 2nd. So make sure you guys sign up. The top 4 teams that place inside of the tournament will be able to move forward with an automatic ticket to Trex's tournament. This is a 2-part event. Trex will be hosting the Mayhem Cup. You'll see us casting over there as well. So shout out him with all the hard work that he's been doing for the community also. And that's going to have an $1,000 cash prize and I believe 100,000 diamond pool as well. So lots of big things going on for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It didn't just stop at the end of NACT. And it didn't just stop before that with Season 2 of the MLSA. Is proud to announce we're officially on Season 3. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Put a lot of work into this, man. A lot of nights. Blood, sweat, and tears on the overlays. And obviously we got to work out the kinks as the days go by, but bear with us on that. I know I had a couple of muted sections during the stream, but I got it all worked out, guys. It's been a pleasure. My name is Wheezy. I have been your host, and I hope to see you guys next Tuesday, as that is when we'll be live again for another 3 series to go, every Tuesday and Thursday. Monday and Wednesdays, we'll be putting out content for highlights, shouting out all these teams that are representing in North America, so look forward to that. And on Fridays, we'll be doing podcasts like we did for the first podcast that launched last Friday. So make sure you guys stop by and check that out as well. As always, guys, I appreciate y'all. My famous lines, man. I love to say it. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. We'll see you guys on the next one. But before we go, I'm going to send you guys out with a special segment by Beans the man with the plan, the manager of Outplay, who's sponsoring our amazing MLSA Scrim Academy and also sponsoring the tournament coming up, the Outplay of the day.
ពេលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំគិតខ្លួនឯងខ្ញុំថាថ្ងៃណាមួយនៅក្នុងក្រុមកម្ពុជាយើងនឹងអាចមើលឃើញខ្ញុំពួកអីខ្ញុំខំប្រឹងលេងដើម្បីខ្ញុំចង់ឲ្យគេឃើញឲ្យគេទទួលស្គាល់ពីខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំមានតែដៃម្ខាងទេខ្ញុំអាចលេងហ្គេមបានសួស្តីខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះជុបភរិយ Role Jungler តំណាងក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends ក្នុងអាស៊ាន Para Esports 2023 នៅមួយម៉ាក់ខ្ញុំតែ2នាក់ទេបងម៉ាក់ខ្ញុំរងថ្ងៃគាត់លក់ក្អៅប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវហ្នឹងគាត់អត់លក់ទេដោយសារគាត់មានជំងឺឈឺបងខ្ញុំហ៊ានធ្វើបានអ្នកទី4ដោយសារខ្ញុំគ្រោះអ្នកចរាចរណ៍ខ្ញុំកាលនៅក្មេងខ្ញុំនៅចាំយកតកកពេលហ្នឹងឡានតកកគេមកអញ្ចឹងគេវាយតកកម៉ត់អញ្ចឹងទៅគេយកតកកចេញទៅសល់ម៉ត់នៅជាប់ម៉ាស៊ីនហើយក៏ខ្ញុំបានលូកដៃយកតកកហើយក៏បានសូបចូលក្នុងម៉ាស៊ីនវាយតកកនឹងធ្វើឲ្យខ្ញុំពិការដៃតាំងពីហ្នឹងមកប៉ុន្តែកាលហ្នឹងដៃខ្ញុំនៅកម្រើកបានទេបងកាល2019ហ្នឹងពេលដែលខ្ញុំនៅដើរលេងច្រើនខ្ញុំដើរលេងទៅកោះពេជ្រអញ្ចឹងទៅខ្ញុំក៏គ្រោះអ្នកចរាចរណ៍ឡានបុកពីក្រោយក៏ខ្ញុំបានរបូតឆ្អឹងខាងស្ដាំនេះហើយក៏បានទៅពេទ្យអញ្ចឹងប៉ុន្តែទៅពេទ្យថតដែរប៉ុន្តែថតអត់បានដល់លើឆ្អឹងខាងស្មាហ្នឹងដល់ពេលហើយមកដល់ផ្ទះវិញបានកម្រើកដាក់កើតបាទហើយក៏ទៅពេទ្យម្ដងទៀតគេថាដៃហ្នឹងដោះសាច់អីអញ្ចឹងទៅរុញវិញអាកើតធ្វើអីលេងបានអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំក៏នៅទេហើយក៏ពេលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេងហ្គេមច្រើនខ្ញុំចូលរៀនសាលាបានមួយរយៈដែរប៉ុន្តែរៀនអត់កើតដោយសារបាក់តសេអត់ស្ទាត់ហើយក៏គាត់បាក់ចិត្តគាត់ថាធំឡើងបើអត់រៀនអីចឹងពិបាកអនាគតមិនអីមិនខ្ញុំក៏ឈប់លេងតណែតគិតឡើងវិញខ្ញុំក៏នៅផ្ទះខ្ចីទូរស័ព្ទមិត្តភ័ក្ដិលេងដល់ពេលខ្ចីទូរស័ព្ទមិត្តភ័ក្ដិលេងហ្នឹងលេងហ្គេម Mobile Legends បន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំស្គាល់ Mobile Legends លេងទៅឃើញសប្បាយមិត្តភ័ក្ដិខ្ញុំប្រហែលដូចជា2នាក់3នាក់ដែរគាត់ថាឃើញខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមបានហើយខ្លាំងចឹងគាត់ថាឲ្យខ្ញុំចុះឈ្មោះទៅប្រកួតទៅអីប៉ុន្តែអត់មានក្រុមអត់មានអីទេហើយក៏លេងបន្តពីលេងរហូតទៅក៏កំណត់មួយក៏ខ្ញុំបានលេងហ្គេមហើយក៏ខ្ញុំ record ផុស TikTok លេងបានរយៈពេល7ឆ្នាំខ្ញុំក៏បញ្ចេញដៃខ្ញុំឲ្យប្រាប់អ្នកដែលគេស្គាល់ខ្ញុំហ្នឹងខ្ញុំក៏ប្រាប់គេថាខ្ញុំមានតែដៃម្ខាងទេខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមបានអីចឹងទៅគេក៏អត់ជឿអញ្ចឹងទៅដល់ខ្ញុំថតខ្លួនឯងអីចឹងក៏គេជឿពេលខ្លះគេអត់នឹកស្មានថាខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមបានអីចឹងបងខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមច្រើនកាលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចិត្តលេងហ្គេមផឹកដងងាយអីចឹងហើយក៏មានកូសាក៏ស្ដីឲ្យក៏ថាឲ្យហើយលេងហ្គេមហ្នឹងបានអីមកវិញធំឡើងហ្នឹងឯងស៊ីហ្គេមមែនអីចឹងរំពឹងអីលេងហ្គេមច្រើនបងខ្ញុំឬក៏ម៉ាក់ខ្ញុំអីចឹងបច្ចុប្បន្នឥឡូវបងបច្ចុប្បន្នឥឡូវហ្នឹងក៏គាត់ថាលេងហ្គេមអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំអាចរកចំណូលបានអញ្ចឹងក៏គាត់ថាអត់អីទេដំបូងមានអ្នកដែលឆាប់មកសួរខ្ញុំម្នាក់ដែរសួរថាខ្ញុំចង់ចូលក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិ Para Game ហ្នឹងអត់ទៅពេលហើយខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំចង់ដែរពេលខ្ញុំក៏បានតាក់ទងមកគាត់ដែរប៉ុន្តែគាត់សែនតលេងឲ្យខ្ញុំចូលឈ្មោះអីខ្ញុំក៏ប្រហែលជាគិតថាគាត់ចង់សែនលេងអីញ៉ៃញ៉ៃខ្ញុំក៏ហ៊ានចូលញ៉ៃញ៉ៃទៅបងហើយក៏ស្ងាត់ទៅដល់ពេលមួយរយៈក្រោយបងកាកាស្រីពីក៏គាត់ឆាតមកសួរចង់សួរខ្ញុំចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ចង់ចូល Para Game អត់ដល់ពេលហើយខ្ញុំក៏បាននិយាយមកគាត់ពួកអីគាត់ណែនាំខ្ញុំច្រើនគាត់ឲ្យខ្ញុំចុះឈ្មោះអីចឹងបងតសេឲ្យគាត់ហើយក៏គាត់យកទៅសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងបងពួកអីអត់នឹកស្មានថាខ្លួនឯងបានចូលបានក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិអាចបានលេងហ្គេមឲ្យអ្នកដែលផ្សេងគេអាចស្គាល់យើងកាន់តែច្រើនបាននៅក្នុងក្រុមកម្ពុជាយើងនឹងអាចមើលឃើញខ្ញុំពួកអីខ្ញុំខំប្រឹងលេងកាន់តែច្រើនហើយដើម្បីខ្ញុំចង់ឲ្យគេឃើញឲ្យគេទទួលស្គាល់ពីខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំមានតែដៃម្ខាងទេខ្ញុំអាចលេងហ្គេមបានហើយក៏ខ្ញុំរៀងលេងយ៉ាងគួរសមបងខ្ញុំក៏បានប្រាប់ក្រុមដែរថាពេលប្រកួតចឹងយើងត្រូវចេះស្ដាប់គ្នាបើកន្លែងណាស្ដាប់បានក៏ស្ដាប់បានបើកន្លែងណាដែលយើងស្ដាប់អត់បានយើងអាចទៅខ្លួនឯងបានខ្ញុំជូនពរពួកគាត់បើយើងពិការភាពអីចឹងយើងកុំបាក់ទឹកចិត្តបើយើងស្រឡាញ់ខាងអីយើងត្រូវតែខំប្រឹងខាងហ្នឹងឲ្យមានអ្នកផ្សេងគេទទួលស្គាល់ថាយើងអាចធ្វើវាបាន
45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war to that nigga, he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now niggas doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo, I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. got cracked, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still trying to fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. And give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Trying to earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route that's scenic. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. See my little Tay-Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Little ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with them racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Wow. If I got it, they got it. Fairly strong, they solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it. Foundation been solid. Taking off like a rocket. Yeah. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Family so lit, they say we should make a YouTube, but we don't do that. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam.
fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war to that nigga, he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo, I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black.